Hello everybody and welcome back to my channel. My name is Rux, I'm Western Tropical Astrologer, and today we're going to be talking about September, the astrology of September and your September horoscopes, of course. Now, if you are new to my channel, please know that there are timestamps for each of the 12 zodiac signs in the description box and in the pinned comments. Now, sometimes I might forget to pin the comment with the timestamps, so you will always find the timestamps in the description box. That is if you want to jump straight to your sign. Now, very important, if you want to listen just to the update for your sign, please listen to the update for your rising sign, for your ascendant. Why? Because these general horoscopes are created with the rising sign in mind. And in case you're thinking, Rux, what is my rising sign? What am I doing? How do I find this out? Well, you need to know your date, time, and place of birth to find out what your rising sign is if you don't know it yet. So find these out. I mean, obviously you know your birthday, but find out what your time of birth is because it is very important for accuracy purposes. And you can go online and use free natal chart generators such as astro.com or astro-seek. Please don't use AI tools such as ChatGPT because they many times miscalculate natal charts. It has happened so many times for my clients and people writing to me on YouTube, on Instagram saying, I thought I had a moon in Aries and ChatGPT says that I have a moon in Capricorn. Anyway, these tools, they don't know what they're doing, just as an FYI. So please use the OGs. Astro.com, astro-seek.com, whatever you prefer, they're all free. So you go in, you put in your date, time, and place of birth, and voila, you have your natal chart and the rising sign, which is the sign of your ascendant. The ascendant is essentially the exact degree of your rising sign. You take that with you, and then you please listen to the update for your rising sign. If you don't know your time of birth, then of course you can listen to the update for your sun sign. Now, before you jump into the update for your sign, I would recommend listening to the overview of the month because I think it's pretty cool. It's important. I mean, it's important in an astrological sense. Obviously, you know what is the most important to you, and I would totally understand if you were to prioritize the update for your sign. So, September, what is going on in the sky? Many things as per usual. I'm gonna say though, it is a much, I say that as I'm filming this, I'm filming this in August, and now I'm thinking, oh my God, we might see the aftermath of August in September. But overall, the astrology of September is a lot less dramatic compared to the astrology of July and August. So August, we had eclipse season. July, we had Jupiter in opposition to Pluto. So it was intense. It was intense, big changes, big transformations, really dramatic events when it comes to the natural world. There have been earthquakes, fires, so not easy months at all. September astrologically is less dramatic, but we may still see the aftermath of eclipse season throughout September, especially the eclipse that happened at the end of August, okay? Venus is going to be still transiting Libra until the 10th of September when it changes signs and it goes into Scorpio. So this is lovely. It's supporting peace, it's supporting agreements, it's supporting diplomacy, it's supporting alliances, this transit. On the 10th of September, it goes into Scorpio. It will retrograde there on the 3rd of October, but we're going to talk about that in your October horoscopes. Essentially, Venus going into Scorpio adds that extra spice to relationships, partnerships, collaborations. So we might experience secret alliances, kind of people acting behind our backs. Venus in Scorpio is kind of all or nothing when it comes to relationships. So we might see sort of extreme attitudes in relationships, secrets sort of surfacing or resurfacing, the issue of trust and of power struggles being quite prominent in relationships. Mercury is going to be in Virgo also until the 10th of September when it goes into Libra. Now, Mercury in Virgo is in domicile. Beautiful, beautiful, fabulous. Like the beginning of the month, we've got two planets in domicile, Venus and Mercury. Mercury in Virgo is very good at finding practical solutions that work, that fix issues, that sort of repair whatever has been broken. Mercury in Virgo is kind of archetypally speaking, I see this energy as the mind of the engineer, okay? Mercury going into Libra is also quite nice because in terms of communication, in terms of ways of thinking, of working with information, of analyzing, dissecting information, sharing information, we are in a sort of Venusian state of mind. So we're thinking about others, we are speaking of collaborations, we're speaking about agreements, and so on. And Mercury in Libra is actually going to make some lovely aspects, first with Pluto and then with Uranus. On the 12th of September, it will trine Pluto in Aquarius. So we've got some really important talks happening at a collective level that speak of new pacts, new alliances. We may hear in the news, because Mercury is also connected with the news outlets. We may hear in the news about some really important discoveries and breakthroughs that have been made. Secret information is coming to the surface and it changes everything. Mercury is also opposing Neptune on the 12th of September. So we access the hidden information, or we are receiving hidden information, but there's also a few kind of facts or aspects that are a bit murky, let's say. 14th of September, Mercury trines Uranus. Innovative solutions, innovative and revolutionary ways of thinking, outside of the box ideas that resolve problems, okay? And in the news, we might hear about scientific breakthroughs, innovation when it comes to communications, when it comes to cars, transportation, etc. Now, I know I jumped straight into Venus going into Scorpio and Mercury going into, changing signs. There is something else that's happening at the beginning of September. Mars is squaring Saturn on the 1st. You might also feel it a couple of days before, a couple of days after, folks. This is a frustrating aspect. Mars wants to move forward. Saturn says, not so fast, hold back. So we're kind of like pressing the brakes and the acceleration pedal at the same time. It's it's the sound that I imagine in my head Mars squaring Saturn making, essentially. So kind of frustrating interactions that don't necessarily seem to lead anywhere. Saturn can also bring some fear when it comes to us acting courageously in a specific aspect or sector of our lives. So as much as we may want to stand up for something, we might hold back. A frustrating time, okay? 1st, 2nd of September, though, the moon is transiting Taurus. The moon is exalted in Taurus, so if we can't fight our battles now, we might as well rest, enjoy some good food, relax, spend time in nature. On the 3rd, 4th of September, the moon is going to be transiting through Gemini. All of a sudden, we've got ideas. We're like, oh, I know who I need to talk to. I know how to find solutions. So the air is kind of changing, so to speak. New moon in Virgo, 10th, 11th of September, a new way of working with other people, new solutions to old problems, very likely, and new ways of working at a collective level that involve maybe technology, maybe the digital world, that maybe impact wide masses of people. The whole month, Neptune is going to sextile Pluto. Neptune in Aries is going to sextile Pluto. So I see kind of new ideals starting to embed into the sort of subconscious of communities, of groups of people, of the collective. New ideals becoming embedded into our subconscious are leading to major transformations when it comes to these like wide communities and masses of people. And these new ideals do seem to be focused on autonomy and independence, essentially. Venus squares Pluto, 15th of September. A little bit of a tricky time for partnerships. Some relationships may be completely and totally and forever transformed. They might be going through a rebirth of sorts, but some of them might be destroyed altogether. Chiron leaves Taurus on the 18th of September and goes back into Aries. Mercury opposes Saturn on the 18th of September. Frustrating conversations where we can't necessarily find that middle ground, delays when it comes to communication, transportation, traveling, etc. Libra season begins 23rd of September, so the sun goes into Libra, and 26th of September we have a full moon in Aries. This full moon can represent the culmination of a conflict, of an argument, of a fight, but it can also lead to unexpected alliances, the end of a conflict. I want to say enemies turning into allies or even friends. Mars goes into Leo 28th of September. Until then, it has been transiting Cancer, so we've kind of been holding back. We've been repressing our frustrations a little bit, but no more. The world shall know what we want and what we have to say, and what we're willing to fight for. When Mars goes into Leo, I mean, Mars, planet of action, goes into spotlight-loving Leo, so the spotlight will kind of, will have a bit more of a kind of martial flavor to it, let's say. The sun will trine Uranus 28th of September, a really nice day for socializing, for connecting with friends, for allowing inspiration to come to us via our interactions with other people. And 30th of September, Mercury goes into Scorpio, so our style of communication changes. We're no longer thinking about like, oh, I'm going to say the nice thing so that I don't upset anyone, so that I'm being sort of extra diplomatic. We're probably going to be using information very strategically with Mercury and Scorpio. We may even keep a lot of information private. We may utilize information as sort of a political, kind of strategic, tactical tool. So gatekeeping could happen, but also we may become more kind of intently focused. I don't necessarily want to say obsessed. I don't see obsession as having necessarily a negative connotation. Sometimes you have to be obsessed with something to get to the bottom of it. We may become obsessed with some ideas, essentially, or with some topics, and Mercury and Scorpio is going to be like, yeah, you have to dig and dig and dig until you find the truth, and you will leave no stone unturned. And that's what our minds are going to be doing. Is it possible that sometimes we might read too much into something and sort of jump to conclusions around this being maybe like a negative or a detrimental thing? Yes, that's also very possible, because like planets transiting through Scorpio have the tendency to kind of smell where the rats are, so to speak. I don't know, I need to find better scorpionic metaphors, but Scorpios out there know what I'm talking about. So this is an overview of what the month looks like. Probably the more kind of intense times are the times when Mars is squaring Saturn, so beginning of the month, and 26th of September, the full moon in Aries, which is going to be ruled by that Mars in Cancer still. And the moon is going to conjunct Neptune, so it can be that there are some very kind of like obvious winners and losers very much in the spotlight at this time. Now, before you jump into the update for each of the 12 zodiac signs, I do want to remind you, or maybe share with you for the first time if you're here for the first time on my channel, that if you want to work with me, if you want to book a personal astrological reading, a personal consultation with me, you can do so via my website, which is written in the stars-astrology.com. It's in the pinned comments. It's in the description box. You're going to find it there. I work with clients one-to-one on a day-to-day basis. This is my job, and it is also my. I mean, I'm sorry if it sounds like a cliche to say this, but it is genuinely my passion to help people reconnect with their soul's intentions. Make the most of the cards that they have been dealt, cosmically speaking. I'm a very practical astrologer. Astrology can be used in really concrete, practical ways. So I'm a big believer in utilizing astrology as the manual for life. It's like life hands you a set of challenges, tasks, lessons, and it also hands you the key to them. And the key is the chart, and also the chart, your natal chart, activated by transits, progressions. So it's activated through all of these forecasting techniques that we use in astrology. So I am grateful and honored to be able to work with you folks to decipher and to help you make the most of the energies that you are here in this lifetime meant to deal with, essentially. If you're thinking, what are my lessons? How can I make the most of the cards that I've been dealt? How can I maximize my potential professionally, financially, relationship-wise? These are all questions that we can dive into, and I absolutely love these types of questions in a one-to-one astrological consultation. So you can book that via my website. Once you make the payment on my website, please use the contact form to send me your date, time, and place of birth, as well as your current city of residence, and then I will send you timing options for us to meet via Zoom. All calls happen via Zoom, and we can also record our session so that you can re-listen to it. Some clients, the majority of clients prefer me to record it. If you prefer us not to record our conversation, that is also absolutely fine by me. And if you're in a rush, because the waiting time generally for like a regular astrological consultation is kind of varies from like a few weeks, sometimes to a month and a half, depending on how busy I am. If you're in a rush, there is also an emergency reading option on my website. So you can opt for that. And from the moment when you make the booking for that, the payment, to the moment that we meet, we aim to meet in no more than like 72 hours time. So that would be 3 days. Sometimes we can meet a lot faster, even the next day, but it all depends on your time zone and my time zone and my schedule. Last but not least, let me tell you about Astro and Calendar. If you find my forecasts useful, if you like to take notes, if you like to maybe write things down and then return to your notes when it comes to the update, when it comes to the forecast for your sign, especially for your rising sign, Astro and Calendar does that for you. It is a paid subscription service, astroincalendar.com. You're going to find the link in my pinned comment and description box. Essentially, it extracts from this monthly horoscope, but also from all of my monthly horoscopes, the most important dates with descriptions, with written descriptions for your rising sign, and it adds them to your calendar. It populates your calendar with key dates and the events and the kind of written description of what's going on, so that you can have access when you open your calendar to the astrology of the month, and you can plan accordingly. You can kind of like check every day and see, okay, 26th of September, full moon in Aries. I am a Cancer ascendant. What does that mean for me? And you've got that written description so that you don't have to maybe necessarily re-listen to my video or like take notes by hand. But if you prefer to take notes yourselves, you can also absolutely do that. Astro and Calendar is a paid subscription service. You do get a free trial, and I also get a portion of the payment that you make, a third of the payment that you make towards this subscription service. So if you're curious, it might be helpful. Try it out, test it out. You can cancel if you don't find it helpful. Now let's go into the update for each of the 12 zodiac signs, and I repeat, please listen to the update for your rising sign. If you don't know your rising sign, listen to the update for your sun sign, okay? My dear Aries, Aries suns and Aries risings. What is going on in the sky in September, Aries? I can tell you this, you will probably be very busy this month, which may be no surprise to you, Aries. I think you've pretty much been busy as of the beginning of this year when Saturn moved into Aries, and we know Saturn is the planet of hard work, of duties, of responsibilities, and you've probably had plenty of those on your plate. So I'm going to start off in chronological order. 1st of September, but you might also feel this energy. A couple of days before, a couple of days after, Mars will be squaring Saturn in your first house. Now, Mars is still transiting your fourth house of home, family, and living situation all the way until the 28th of September. So there is plenty going on at home. There is plenty going on in your personal life that requires you to take action, channel a lot of energy and resources in this sector of your life. Now, Mars squaring Saturn is telling me that you are kind of dealing with conflicting demands. Let's put it this way. Work is full on. Home is also pretty much full on. It may be that someone at home, maybe a family member, it could be also a housemate, a roommate, a parent, someone within the home, they are being quite demanding around the 1st of September. And you might even have to say to them, hold your horses, not now. I can't deal with this at this particular moment because I've got other things going on in the professional sphere. So you might need to push back a little bit on whatever's going on at home, on whoever is kind of knocking at your door or calling you or sending you messages and saying, hey, I need you immediately. You might have to say, not now. Not now. Now, there is a possibility that, yes, you are very busy at work around this time, and also something happens at home. Some sort of I want to say an incident, but it's most likely something resolvable. Let's put it this way. So something breaks, something cracks, something falls. I mean, you might be the one who bumps into something, into an object, and it falls, and it's broken, and now you have to buy a replacement. So something could happen around the house around that time, around the 1st of September, my dear Aries. It is telling you, I mean, again, we're looking at the symbolism of it all. It is telling you, you probably need to slow down. You probably need to make a plan. You probably need to manage people's expectations. You might need to manage your own expectations, okay? Because you might be in a rush yourselves, Aries, to get things done, power through work, power through anything that demands your attention at home, and it's probably not going to happen as quickly and as swiftly as you would like all of these things to happen. So again, you might need to prioritize, you might need to say no, you might need to postpone some things. 1st, 2nd of September, also, the moon is going to be transiting through your 2nd house of income. So I believe if anything breaks around the house, money will most likely solve it. So it may be an expense of sorts that comes up. 3rd, 4th, actually all the way until the middle of the day on the 5th of September. I mean, I say middle of the day because it depends on where you live, Aries. The moon will be transiting Gemini in your 3rd house on the 3rd, late in the evening, GMT time, but that would be sometime afternoon-ish. For example, if you live on the East Coast, if you're on Eastern time. The moon will be catching up to Uranus. You might have an unexpected encounter. Someone might message you out of the blue, and it actually seems to be a really nice surprise. So you might bump into someone inadvertently, and you're like, oh, I've been thinking about you. This is such a lovely, spontaneous encounter. That's the vibe that I'm sensing, especially on the 3rd. Lots of talking, lots of chatting, lots of messages, sort of like being passed around. Also on the 4th, and maybe beginning of the 5th of September as well. It does feel like the energy is a little bit more on the scattered side for you, Aries. There is lots of things, lots of plates spinning, 3rd, 4th, and beginning of the 5th of September. All the way until the 10th of September, Venus is still transiting your 7th house in Libra. Now, this is lovely. Please take advantage of it. It is a beautiful transit. Venus is in domicile in Libra. Essentially, any plans that you have with other people, anything that maybe you need from other people, any collaborations that are important for you, they're probably going to go quite well, quite smoothly. People are generally very open, very accommodating. Interactions with others may go generally quite well. The only exception to that, and I've kind of given you a nudge around this, Aries. The only exception to that is interactions with maybe family members, especially around the 1st of September. You might feel like someone's getting on your nerves, someone very close to home. Now, on the 10th of September, Venus changes signs. So Venus goes into Scorpio in your 8th house, and also Mercury will go into Libra in your 7th house of partnerships, one-to-one interactions, collaborations, and so on. Venus going into your 8th house in Scorpio. And by the way, Venus is going to spend quite a bit of time in this part of your chart because in October it will go retrograde here. It's kind of shifting your focus, especially from a financial perspective. It's shifting your focus on topics such as taxes, debts, investments, anything that has to do with inheritances, insurance policies, investors, sponsorships, bursaries, any money or any assets that you kind of like share with other people. So there is a shift of focus for you onto these topics. Now, for the most part, Venus kind of softens things and sweetens the deal. But Venus doesn't necessarily like to be in Scorpio. So yes, you might actually see some benefits. You may feel like things are going a little bit more smoothly, maybe with the help of others on the following fields, sectors, in the following sectors of your life. So if you need anyone to help you with your taxes, you will probably find the right person. If you need to, I don't know, call the tax office and say, hey, can you draft, I don't know, like a plan for me to pay this in installments, they're probably going to be quite nice to you and say, yes, we can absolutely do that. You might see, and by the way, this is not financial advice. Please keep that in mind. You are totally and completely responsible for what you do with your with your money. This is pure entertainment only. On the topic of investments, you may actually feel compelled to potentially make some investments. And I'm going to say this, for the most part, they may be good investments, but there is a chance when Venus goes retrograde that you might see a reversal of the trend that you expected to see when it comes to these particular investments. It could be temporary. It may very well be temporary. Venus is going to be retrograde until the middle of November, from October, at the beginning of October until the middle of November, and we're going to talk more about that. But I do want to put it out there, just because you've made a good investment at a good moment doesn't mean that there aren't shifts or unexpected developments in terms of the progress of those investments. Maybe sometimes we do see a reversal when we don't expect it, or when we expect it the least, or things might take a totally different turn. So keep that in mind. You may be very open and willing to share what you have with others throughout this period, throughout the transit of Venus in Scorpio. And I repeat, Venus is going to be in Scorpio for the rest of September and also first 3 weeks of October as well. So if anyone needs your help, you're probably going to step in and offer help, offer support, share your finances, maybe gift them something. Venus transiting the 8th house is also quite beneficial for the following. You digging into any sort of topics that generate fear, that generate anguish, that maybe historically have been a source of crisis. So Venus comes in and says, okay, you're sort of terrified by these topics, and it could be, it could be anything. It's up to you to reflect on what those topics might be, my dear Aries. It could be the topic of money. It could be the topic of relationships. These are two particular topics that may come up. You've been terrified of these particular areas for whatever reason. Maybe there's been some stuff of an emotional nature that you've blocked or repressed or haven't really processed so far. Venus is going to make the journey through the underworld a little bit easier, a little bit more enjoyable. And when I say the underworld, I'm referring to the depths of your psyche, subconscious, etc. Time to face your fears, and it looks like you are getting some help. You might actually be getting some help and some support from someone. Venus transiting the 8th house is beautiful for therapy, for example. Venus transiting the 8th house is also fantastic for intimacy, so do take advantage of that, my dear Aries. Now, Mercury transiting your 7th house is telling me that there is lots to talk about with maybe partners, collaborators, business partners, people that you work with on a day-to-day basis. So I'm thinking of colleagues, for instance. I'm thinking of clients. I'm also thinking of maybe siblings, cousins, neighbors being more present in your life, maybe you hearing from them a lot more, maybe them kind of reaching out to you a lot more, pretty much from the 10th of September until the 30th of September, when Mercury changes signs, and Mercury will go into Scorpio in your 8th house, where it will join Venus, because Venus is still there. And Venus is kind of making a little bit of an exit out of your 8th house at the end of October. When it goes into Libra, again, we're going to talk about that later in the October horoscope. But Mercury, oh my days, Mercury is going to stay in your 8th house all the way until, oh boy, this is going to be a long transit, okay? So pretty much from the end of September throughout October, then it goes retrograde on the 24th of October, and it's going to go direct in November, and it will finally get out of Scorpio 6th of December. Now, what is this telling me? So many things that you're going to have to deal with related to taxes, debts, shared assets, shared resources. Kind of Venus is the energy that opens up the door for that. And then Mercury comes in and says, okay, we got to look at the numbers. We got to go through the paperwork. We got to take care of the paperwork. We have to maybe correct mistakes in the paperwork when it goes retrograde in October. So lots going on that front. So enjoy this time when Mercury is transiting Libra, basically from the 10th of September all the way until the end of the month. Mercury will actually be making some lovely aspects. I'm going to jump into them in a second, which is why I say enjoy. Uranus goes retrograde in your 3rd house in Gemini. Anything or everything that you have maybe started learning or realizing, light bulb moments, as of the end of April, all the way until the 10th of September. It is time to maybe review that and sort of ask yourselves, Aries, how has this new piece of information, how has this new perspective, how have these new views impacted my way of maybe perceiving or working with data, with information? How have they maybe impacted my way of communicating with others, of expressing myself? Speaking of communicating with others, it does look like you have sort of learned to communicate in novel, disruptive, innovative ways, Aries, as of the spring of this year. Maybe it is time to also kind of slow a little bit down and ask yourselves, is there anything that you need to polish in terms of your communication style? Is there anything that you would like to review? Food for thought. 10th, 11th of September, depending on where you are based in the world, we've got a new one in Virgo happening in your 6th house, sextiling Mars and ruled by Mercury, which is going to trine. Mercury will trine Uranus. It will make a harmonious aspect to Pluto, and it will also oppose Neptune. Okay, so I am inclined to say that this new moon brings a fresh start in terms of your job, your work, your day-to-day schedule. I would not be surprised if some Aries risings started a new job. I would not be surprised if some Aries risings took on new clients, maybe started offering new services, for example. There is a very significant focus placed upon this idea of working with others in new ways. So it could be that you offer new services, new products if you have your own business. It could also be that you welcome others in your life. And this new one can also put the spotlight on your health, by the way. You welcome others in your life and you say, okay, this is how I've been taking care of myself up until this point. I am open to a new approach, the approach of a, new personal trainer, or the approach of a nutritionist, or the approach of a new, dentist, essentially. It looks like whoever's coming in to work with you in novel ways, they will be very helpful. I want to say instrumental, Aries, to you achieving your long-term goals, okay? They come in with new ideas. They come in with a different way of thinking. The problem or the trouble is that you're a little bit, how should I put it? Not afraid per se, but you don't know what to expect of them. You seem to be a bit discombobulated. Maybe you're a little bit confused as to whether they are bringing in the right tools, the right resources, the right approaches. My recommendation would be to give it a chance, give it a shot, especially since the new moon is in a harmonious aspect to Mars, your chart ruler, at the time. If you're starting a new job, boy, I can tell you that there's going to be plenty of new, exciting people that you're going to work with. They will rock your world. In what sense? From an intellectual perspective, mostly. As in, you've probably never had sort of colleagues or clients with this mentality, or who speak in this manner, or who are sort of incredibly free and authentic in your view, and who fly their freak flag high. I'd say Aries. Are you a little bit, once again, not scared, but are you thinking, I don't know if I'm going to be able to communicate well with these people, or I don't know if they're really going to get me. It looks like you are anyway in a process of, how should we call it, shape-shifting with Neptune transiting your first house. I'm looking especially at Aries risings. So maybe the fact that these people don't get who you are or don't get you, whoever that you is, maybe it's not such a bad thing, because you are in a process of becoming a new person. So it's almost as if you can start with a clean slate, I'd say. 12th of September, Mercury trines Pluto exactly, and it will oppose Neptune and Aries exactly. To me, this says that you are having some really important talks on the 12th of September with people that change your mind, change your vision, change your views, especially views in terms of the future, in terms of how you see yourselves evolving, Aries. These people mean business. They know what they're talking about. They're probably sharing some really powerful insights. Powerful conversations are very much the theme at this moment in time, maybe also day before, day after. And as much as you are maybe on the one hand excited about what comes next, especially in your collaboration with maybe someone on the work front, or a new advisor, a new maybe personal trainer, a new coach, there is a sense of maybe having to give up or let go of part of who you were in the past. Also, I would be careful. You may have the tendency to hide or to, maybe not on purpose, but there's a part of you that feels very reluctant to revealing what you actually think to the people that you're talking to around the 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th of September. I mean, maybe you have your reasons, but also if they don't know the real you, or if they don't know where you truly stand, how can they show up in the best way possible in your lives? I don't know. I'm just putting it out there. Is there a possibility 12th of September, maybe also around the 14th when Mercury trines Uranus, let's say day before, day after, that you may have some really powerful encounters with people on the romantic front? Yes, that is very, very, very possible, my dear Aries. Is there a chance, especially if you're single and you're meeting these people, is there a chance that they may act as sort of catalysts in your life for change, as in their perspective and the way that they see you and the way that they see the future inspires you to walk away from an old life path? Very possibly, very possibly. 14th of September, as I said, Mercury will trine Uranus. Really lovely surprises coming in. And really kind of powerful and exciting and inspiring and surprising conversations coming in via your interaction with friends, via your interaction with colleagues, siblings, neighbors, romantic partners, spouses, maybe also your interactions with health kind of practitioners of any type. Speaking of powerful conversations, people have really important information to send across to you around the, I want to say 11th until the 15th of September. Some of it you did not see coming at all. Some of it maybe you sort of intuited, but you hoped it was not what you would hear. What I would recommend taking away out of your conversations, Aries, is maybe the advice and the approach, the innovative, outside of the box kind of approach and way of thinking that these people bring into your life. If you're looking to buy anything or to sell anything, I'm pretty much liking the whole period between the 11th until the 15th of September, just as an FYI. One thing that I did not talk about is throughout the entire month, even though it is exact on the 16th of September, Neptune sextiles Pluto. This is telling me that September is a month when you can literally go after your goals with a great deal of enthusiasm and a great deal of trust in your ability, together with the right people by your side, to change your path. So to really go after whatever needs to be done in order to change your path and in order to change your future for the better. I would recommend, how should I put it, being open to people helping you, because a lot of people do have a lot to bring into your lives, Aries. I would recommend being receptive to, again, unorthodox maybe thinking. And I would also recommend sort of pushing the pedal, again, metaphorically, onto the sectors that you really want to see a transformation in your life, whether that is career, whether that is health, whether that is your relationship with yourselves, whatever it is. Venus will square Pluto 15th of September. You might also feel it the day before, day after. I mean, there could be some things coming to the surface about a friend. Maybe you did not expect to hear this about them. Maybe they've hidden something from you. There is a possibility that they've been going through some sort of a crisis and now you find out about it. Is there a chance that maybe a friend feels a tiny little bit disappointed or maybe betrayed by you? It's possible if you've been hiding something from them. Is there a chance that the other way around is sort of more the case? Yes, that is also very possible. People are hiding things, but not for long, around the 15th of September. Chiron comes back into Aries on the 18th of September. It has been in Taurus since June. So again, it feels like there's a little bit more work that you need to do on your relationship with yourselves, my dear Aries. And Mercury will oppose Saturn on the 18th of September. You might also feel it the day before, the day after. Now, what this tells me is that you are resistant to someone's ideas. You're saying no to them. Even though they are trying to be helpful, you're like, no, I'm not in the mood. I don't have the time. I don't want this. Someone's offering something and you're like, no, thank you. I don't want this. 23rd of September, Libra season begins, and it will activate your 7th house of partnerships, collaborations, one-to-one interactions. So the focus will be on other people, relationships, etc. for the next month. And 26th of September, we have a full moon in Aries, active 3 days before, 3 days after. The moon will be conjunct Neptune. It will be ruled by Mars in the 4th house, and the sun will be in a harmonious aspect to Pluto and to Uranus. Now, to me, this feels like something is coming to a close, my dear Aries, especially when it comes to your existing home, family, and living situation. Maybe you're finally getting out of the house. Maybe you're finally moving in with a partner. Maybe you're finally saying goodbye to a housemate. Maybe you have finally found your dream home or a better home arrangement than the one that you've been in up until this point, especially over the past few months. If you have been dealing with some sort of a conflict or a sticky situation between you and a family member or between you and a partner, it does look like the conflict, the argument The debate is coming to a close, okay? And it looks like there is an exciting way. I say exciting because maybe you didn't see this coming. There is actually a very auspicious way to move forward towards a better future where you get along much better with each other, where you collaborate better, and where things are kind of functioning differently on a day-to-day basis. Mars goes into Leo in your 5th house until the 25th of November, my dear Aries. Finally, your chart ruler gets out of Cancer, where it didn't really like to be. And it moves into the 5th house, so you are ready to have some fun, to enjoy life, to maybe be kind of super physically active, to play sports, games, etc. Maybe to sort of spend more time with children or with a romantic partner, or to allocate more energy. Finally, you seem to have more energy for your creative projects, but also for your romantic life, okay? And the Sun will trine Uranus on the 28th of September, again, same day. People are just always kind of surprising you with unexpected invites out, I don't know, for like a party or like a social event. Lots of opportunities to go out to kind of like have fun and connect with like-minded individuals this month, Aries. But I feel like sometimes you're just not in the mood for it. Sometimes you're like, no, I just want to be by myself. But end of the month, you want to be a social butterfly once again. My dear Taurus, Taurus suns and Taurus risings. September of 2026. What is going on in the sky, Taurians? The month kicks off with a square between Mars and Saturn. So on the 1st of September, Mars in Cancer will be squaring Saturn. I believe around this time, maybe also a couple of days before and a couple of days after, you're a little bit frustrated with how some conversations are going. They're not necessarily going in the direction that you would like them to go in. Maybe you are a little bit on the, let's say, impatient side. You want to get a yes or a no, a response straight away. And this person, it could be someone that you work with. It could also be a partner. It could also be someone who is, for whatever reason, important to you at this point in time in your life. They are taking their sweet time. They are taking their time. They're like, no, give me until next month. Give me another week. Give me however many days they are asking you for. I think ultimately you have to accept that people take their time in certain circumstances. I would recommend being a little extra careful, a little extra cautious when it comes to driving, or when it comes to being on your bike, your motorbike, whatever mode of transportation you prefer, also around these times, because there is a chance you might be rushing or speeding and someone else is not. So there can be a little bit of an incident around that. It's not mandatory. You can absolutely avoid it, but I would recommend slowing down. And also I would generally recommend making sure that you kind of measure your words a little bit more carefully around this time, because you might say some hurtful things, and it could be that you just blurt stuff out and it came out without any ill intentions, but here we are. 3rd, 4th, and even the first part of the 5th of September, the moon is going to be in Gemini in your 2nd house. Lots of maybe conversations or thoughts around money, budgeting, expenses, resources, etc. There is a chance an unexpected expense could come up around the 3rd or the 4th even of, especially the 3rd of September. There's also a possibility that an opportunity to buy something that you did not necessarily think about buying at this point in time, but it's too good an opportunity, it's too good a deal to not take advantage of it, could also come up around this time. So keep an eye out for, some good deals. 10th of September, well, actually until the 10th of September, Venus, which is your chart ruler, is going to be transiting the 6th house of day-to-day work and health. So you're quite focused on these particular sectors. But then on the 10th, Venus will go into Scorpio in your 7th house. So you're probably going to be very focused and very invested in your relationship sector, in collaborations, in your interactions with other people, in your dealings with spouses, business partners, important clients. I do believe you're going to want more from them pretty much for the entirety of the month. So from the 10th of September until the end of the month, and maybe also throughout the first few weeks of October, because Venus is going to be in Scorpio. It will actually go retrograde in Scorpio at the beginning of October. It looks like you want more out of them. Now, my recommendation is to not expect others, be them your partner, be them your coach, be them your therapist. I would recommend to not expect them to read your mind. If you want more out of them, use your words, say it. But do also be careful with what words you use, because Mars, I repeat, is still in your 3rd house of communication all the way until the 28th of September. So sometimes you might have a tendency to throw words at others, and they might be perceived as, I mean, not to be dramatic, but they might sometimes be perceived as attacks. They might sometimes be perceived as you being rude. So if you've been building up stress and tension, or if you've been sitting on something that you wanted to say for a long time, make sure that it comes out in not necessarily a pleasant manner, because maybe you have something to say to someone which has been a source of irritation for you. That doesn't mean you have to attack with your words, unless you are absolutely in the right to defend yourselves. That is also a possibility. But generally, with Venus transiting your 7th house, this is actually a lovely transit for the building of relationships, for the kind of strengthening of relationships, strengthening of ties with others. It is a very good transit for building trust with others. I mean, yes, sure, Venus doesn't like to be in Scorpio, but Scorpio is all about... I know some people will say, no, that's not what Scorpio is about. There's other signs that have more affinity with this concept. But ultimately, I see Scorpio as being very much about the stark truth. However dark it might be, however intense it might be, Scorpio does not like things to be sort of superficial and surface level, and if it senses that there's more going on underneath the surface, it will poke at it until whatever is buried comes out. So this is actually a time to strengthen relationships and bonds and ties and collaborations and partnerships by inviting others to be open and vulnerable, but also by you showing that you can indeed open up. You are not hiding things, or maybe if you are hiding things, it is time to open up the Pandora's box. I mean, that sounds ominous, but to open yourselves up, Taurians, and to essentially share more, share whatever it is that you've been afraid to share with others. Now, generally, this is also, I repeat, quite a good transit from a romantic perspective, because you might be in the mood for romance and strengthening a romantic connection with a partner. Your partner might also be in the mood for the same thing. So you do with that information whatever you wish, Taurians. Mercury will go into Libra in your 6th house from the 10th of September until the 30th of September. On the 30th, Mercury goes into Scorpio in your 7th house also. It's going to join Venus there. Now, with Mercury transiting your 6th house, to me, this says that you will probably have the opportunity to work on things that allow you to express your creativity, that allow you to kind of channel your creative inclinations in a practical way. You might generally enjoy the work that you're doing and the people that you're interacting. You might enjoy the interactions, let's put it this way, the interactions that you're having with the people that you are dealing with on a day-to-day basis in the workspace. And you're probably going to be maybe spending some money on health and wellness related matters throughout this period from the 10th until the 30th of September. Now, when Mercury changes signs and it goes into Scorpio on the 30th, boy, Mercury's going to spend a long time here, Geminis. I apologize, Taurians. Mercury rules Gemini. It also rules your second house of income, my dear Taurus. So with Mercury being in the 7th house, this will include a retrograde period for such a long time. There's going to be probably lots of talks and a lot of conversations, a lot of exchanges around financial matters, around the topic of values, but also potentially around the topic of children, creative projects, passions, hobbies. So lots of interactions and conversations with others on these particular matters for a long time. I mean, October, November, all the way until the first week of December, my dear Taurus. But you'll deal with that when the time comes. That's kind of my recommendation, to not necessarily think about it too much right now. Uranus goes retrograde in your second house of income and values on the 10th of September when Venus changes signs, when Mercury changes signs also. So this is telling me that whatever shifts you've been experiencing, whatever shakeups you've been experiencing in terms of your values, in terms of what's important to you as of the end of April, you're going to have some time to kind of slow down and say, okay, what does this mean for me? What do I do with these novel developments in my life? My priorities have changed. They have shifted. My value system has been shaken up to its very core. What does that mean for me moving forward? What does that mean for my money? What does that mean for my time, energy, and resources? I don't know. Up to you to figure it out, Taurus. 10th, 11th of September, active 3 days before, 3 days after. I say 10th, 11th because it depends where you're based in the world. We've got a new moon in your 5th house. Fresh start, my dear Taurians, when it comes to one of the following. I feel like you might be finally committing to a new, well, I say a new hobby, but maybe you're committing to the same hobby in a more organized, structured manner. So you've decided you like yoga, it's your thing, you enjoy it, so now you will introduce it into your weekly, daily routine schedule. You are signing up for classes, so it feels like you're introducing into your day-to-day life more of what you enjoy doing, maybe more of your passions and hobbies. You might also be introducing more of some of the topics that you're kind of resonating with, that you have an affinity for. You might be introducing more of these, not just into your day-to-day life and schedule and routine, but also into your day-to-day work. So you decide, hey, you know what? I'm super passionate about sports and I work for an advertising agency, so I'm going to put myself forward and say, hey, if we get any sports and games briefs, advertising briefs, pick me. I'm the one who wants to be involved. I like the fact that the new moon is in a harmonious aspect to Mars. I feel like you are kind of ready to share, to talk about, to open up in conversation, to open up to others a lot more about what makes you happy, about what you enjoy doing, about your creative projects even. You are willing to kind of have these exchanges with other people on these particular topics. Now, could this new moon also be a fresh start from a romantic perspective? Could you start dating someone who is actually pretty cool? Yes, maybe it is someone that you also work with, or maybe it is someone who is, I don't know, offering you some sort of a service. So maybe you start dating your dentist. Could happen, could happen. You never know. That is very much a possibility, especially for people who are single, who are open to new relationships. If you have a child or children in general, kids could start learning something new. Maybe that also involves you driving them to this something new activity, whatever it is. So maybe they say, oh, I want to learn how to play the violin. I love it. And here you are, Taurians, driving them back and forth every week to their music classes. But I do believe you are, for the most part, quite enthusiastic about this whole thing. Mercury will also be trining Uranus and Pluto at the time of this new moon. Exciting news, unexpected news, quite happy news on the work front, on the financial front. There could be news of big changes, of big transformations, such as a new big client coming in and essentially your team going through a restructuring, as in not people being laid off or anything like that, but people being reallocated across teams because of this new big client coming in. Mercury will be opposing Neptune. So as much as there's exciting news, maybe you're signing a new client, maybe you're being offered a new job, maybe you're starting to work on a really cool project, and you are very much looking forward to it also from a financial perspective, if you ask me. Mercury opposing Neptune is telling me that there are things that will very soon be revealed, maybe about this thing that you're working on that you did not necessarily foresee, and that maybe they throw a little bit of a spanner in the works. Maybe, how should I put it? You realize that you're actually going to be a lot busier than you thought you would be, so you're going to have to give up on a certain activity that you enjoyed engaging in your free time. So it could be that you feel like you have to make a sacrifice on a day-to-day basis because of this. 12th of September, active day before day after, Mercury will exactly trine Pluto in Aquarius and oppose Neptune. Important transformations that seem to give you a boost are happening. They seem to be underway in the workspace, in the professional space. Big talks around changes and a rebirth of sorts in the professional sphere. Also, important talks with authority figures that give you this kind of sense of being supported in your goals for the future. The fact that Mercury opposes Neptune is telling me that I'm repeating this word a lot. I apologize, Taurians. Mercury opposing Neptune is telling me that some facts, some numbers, some stats are a little bit blurry. If you have any questions, any doubts, any concerns about whatever it is that you are talking about, especially in the work sphere, but also in the health-related sector, around the 11th, 12th, 13th of September, Taurians, please voice your concerns. Please voice them. Because if you don't voice them now, it might be too late further down the line. You might just have to deal with the situation as it is. Mercury trines Uranus, 14th of September, active day before day after. Really good news when it comes to your financial situation. Maybe you are getting a bonus. Maybe a new client is coming in. Maybe you're getting a raise. Should you ask for a raise? Yes, I mean, I think if you get it, you're probably going to be surprised yourselves, Taurians. But here we are. You seem to be coming in with exciting, innovative, unorthodox ideas in the workspace. You're like, oh, this is a very weird, but probably a good way to solve this problem that we're dealing with in the workspace. And you hit the jackpot. Everyone's in awe. Everyone's like, oh my God, you are so smart. Like, how did you come up with this? This is fantastic. This is exciting. So you seem to be very appreciated for your unconventional ideas and ways of thinking. The entire month, I didn't mention this, but the entire month, even though it is exact on the 16th of September, the entire month of September, Neptune will sextile Pluto. There are big changes happening in your career sector, in your professional life, but maybe also in your public life in general, in terms of your status, your reputation, the way that the world sees you. There are some big changes underway. You're going through a big reset of sorts that involves a lot of clearing out the old, a lot of maybe also releasing things that you've been holding on to in secret. Could there also be some major news, big news this month, really big, Taurians, around your industry, the sector that you work in, the type of news that takes the industry into a whole new era? The answer to that is, you probably guessed it, yes. Those things could very well happen this month. Venus squares Pluto, 15th of September, active day before day after. I mean, I feel like their relationship with maybe, it could be with a partner, it could be a business partner, but it could also be with someone important in the workspace. It could be a boss, a manager, someone very influential, an authority figure. It's a little bit on the sketchy side. In what sense? It's like you got to learn to like tread very, very carefully here to be aware of what this person could be hiding, to be aware not to kind of poke the bear, as they say, to be mindful of. Maybe that's a better way to put it. To be mindful of not poking the bear without a clear purpose. Now, if you are poking the bear with a clear purpose, then I can tell you the bear shall notice. They will feel it. There could be some things kind of coming to the surface, exposed to the world, around an important relationship in your life. So maybe you have stopped collaborating with an important client, and maybe now you're announcing it to the world, or they're announcing it to the world. And it does feel like a big transformation of sorts. I will say it. Speaking of transformations, there is a chance that your partner could be dealing with some sort of a crisis connected with their home life, their family life, their parents, maybe also their living situation. Chiron leaves Taurus on the 18th of September. It has been there since June, so you can sort of like catch your breath before Chiron comes back into your sign. It probably hasn't been very easy, Taurians, to deal with this transit, because you may have, as of June, you may have felt less sure about your worth, your value, about who you are, and you've got an opportunity here. The opportunity is to maybe consider how an outdated view of yourselves has been holding you back from accessing your full potential, especially on the work side of things, the financial side of things, the career side of things. Mercury opposes Saturn, 18th of September, active day before, day after. Some really kind of slow, frustrating conversations are happening in the workspace. Someone is saying, no, we can't deal with this today, even though you're being really nice and gentle, and you're like, please help me. And they're like, no, I am going to be off for the entirety of the following week, so I will deal with it when I come back from holiday. That's something that, let's say, a work colleague could tell you. Are you frustrated? Yes. Is it going to lead anywhere? Probably not. I feel like you just have to make peace with the fact that everyone's got their own sort of like schedule and agenda in the workspace, especially. There's also a chance that someone's trying to be helpful, maybe to offer advice or offer kind of suggestions and recommendations to you on the health side of things, and you're like, no, I'm not even going to listen. No. 23rd of September, Libra season begins, so it's going to activate for the next month. The sun is going into Libra. It's going to activate for the next month your work sector and health sector, and day-to-day busyness, to-do list sector. So you're entering quite a busy time. 26th of September, active 3 days before, 3 days after. We've got a full moon in Aries, activating your axis of health and service. The moon will conjunct Neptune. Mars is in the third house at the very end of Cancer. And the sun in Libra, because the moon is going to be in Aries, will trine Pluto. It will be in a harmonious aspect to Uranus. So a few things are going on here. First of all, you might finally find yourselves at the end of I want to call it a crisis from a health perspective. By the way, this is not health advice. Please take the advice of your doctor if anything comes up. So you might see things coming to a close. Maybe you've been dealing with something behind the scenes. Maybe it's been causing a lot of like stress and turmoil. It's been messing a little bit with your mental health as well. You might have been dealing with something health-wise behind the scenes. Things are kind of culminating and potentially coming to a close at this point in time. Whatever has been stressing you out behind the scenes, whatever has been keeping you awake at night, it is probably coming to a close. It is probably coming to an end. Now, it could be that for some of you, this spells the end of a job. maybe you're walking away. Things are actually lining up really nicely from a work perspective, financial perspective. So if anything is not going as you want it to, as you were hoping that it would go, my dear Taurians, in the workspace, there is a chance that you might find a different job at the end of, or around the end of September, around the time of this full moon, and maybe you are handing in your resignation. The end of a sort of process of restructuring in the workspace is also very much on the horizon, and it looks like bosses, managers, authority figures are very excited, very enthusiastic about what the future holds. And I can tell you that the future for you, for the most part, actually looks quite bright when it comes to this new direction that the company or maybe the industry that you work in are headed towards. There could also be some really good news coming in on the financial front. I did mention this. You're very appreciated. They see the value in what you bring to the table, whoever it is that you work with or for, be it a boss, be it your clients if you have your own business. The 28th of September is a particularly good day when the Sun trines Uranus to maybe negotiate a pay rise or maybe to negotiate new prices in terms of whatever services you're offering. 28th of September, also Mars goes into Leo in your 4th house until the last week of November. Lots of action is going to be unfolding in your home sector, family life. Lots of things to kind of decide upon. Potentially also the temperature is rising up, metaphorically speaking, as in there might be some heated debates over the course of the next few weeks. Some big decisions, I repeat, that need to be made. People kind of wanting a lot from you, asking for a lot from you on this front. There may be some things falling apart or breaking also at home, and you might need to act fast and decide, do I replace this? Do I fix it? What do I do with it? But all in due course, as they say. That is Taurus. Now let us move on to Geminis. My dear Geminis, Gemini suns, and Gemini risings. September of 2026. Geminis, what is happening in the sky? Lots of things. So I'm going to start off in chronological order. On the 1st of September, but you might also feel it a couple of days before, a couple of days after, Mars will be squaring Saturn. I feel like you're having a bit of a clash here. It could be with a friend. It could be with an authority figure in general. It could be with someone who is quite an important figure, let's say, within a community, an organization, a group of people that you are, that you're a part of, that you're active with. And you're having a clash around values, priorities, maybe also a financial matter. Now, to me, it looks like you would probably benefit, ultimately, if you just kind of let this thing slide. If you let it go, if you let them sort of feel like they're taking the win. But this is I would see it as a strategic move on your end, Geminis. So sometimes it's not worth getting pulled into an argument. It's not worth trying to convince anyone. It's like, okay, you don't get it. I'm going to move on, but you will see that I was right maybe a little bit further down the line. 3rd, 4th, and even the first half of the 5th of September, depending on where you're based in the world, the moon will be transiting through Gemini. And on the 3rd, late in the evening, but maybe also afternoon-ish time, depending again where you live, the moon and Uranus are coming together. I feel like you're going to be buzzing with ideas. You're going to be, I want to say, a little bit all over the place, as in you want to get a lot done. You maybe want to reach out to people. You're making last minute plans, changes in terms of plans, but you seem to be feeling good about it. So you're like, oh, you know what? Let's just go for a road trip, or let's just go to the theater, or let's just all kind of catch up tonight, and I'm throwing, I don't know, like a dinner party. So those are the types of ideas, last minute ideas that could make their way to you, Geminis. And I repeat, maybe it does feel a bit chaotic, but let's face it, sometimes you thrive in, not necessarily in chaos, no, but you thrive in being busy and spinning multiple plates at the same time, and sort of thinking and acting and reacting on your feet, and taking advantage of any sort of last minute opportunities. Now, the whole month, even though it is exact on the 16th of September, Neptune will be in Aries in your 11th house, and it will be sextiling Pluto in your 9th house. What is this telling me? It is telling me that greater forces are at play. They are at work, and they're probably going to have a major, and I mean a big impact on your goals and plans for the future, your involvement with organizations, communities, groups of people. If you are involved in anything of a political nature, if you are involved in anything of a legal or academic nature, it looks like circumstances are kind of pushing you in a new, exciting direction. Is this good for you in the long term? Should you be open and flexible, and should you go with the flow? I am inclined to say yes, because ultimately you might benefit from all of these changes. I apologize, I've got something in my eye, Geminis. It also seems to me that big shifts are happening, maybe from a legal perspective. And for whatever reason, this is once again helping you achieve your goals and plans for the future, Geminis. So keep an eye out for big announcements from institutions, the powers that be, and so on. It also seems to me like whatever you're going through, not just this month, but yeah, maybe mostly throughout September. It could be, however, something that you've been coming to terms with throughout the entire summer. Whatever you've been going through is causing an important change, an important transformation, a big shift in terms of your mentality, your worldview, your belief system. And as a result of that, you're taking the insights and you are most likely going to take action in a novel way, in a different way, in terms of your goals and plans for the future. Your entire vision for the future might change also. 10th of September, well, actually, until the 10th of September, Venus is still going to be transiting your 5th house. So take the time to enjoy this lovely, beautiful transit. Go out on dates, spend time with loved ones, spend time with a romantic partner if you have one. I mean, find a romantic partner if you are open to that, Geminis. You're probably going to be very charming, even more charming than usual. Just saying. If you are involved in anything of a creative nature, if you have a creative outlet, if you have a creative means of self-expression in your life, my recommendation would once again be to take advantage of the period until the 10th of September when Venus changes signs. And especially if you can work with others on creative projects, this is such a good use of the Venus and Libra transit. Now with Venus going into Scorpio, 10th of September, Venus is actually going to be in Scorpio. It's going to go retrograde in October, so it's going to be in Scorpio all the way until the end of October when it moves back into Libra. It looks like you're getting some sort of boost, some sort of help and pleasure and enjoyment out of your day-to-day work, out of your daily tasks, out of looking after yourselves, taking care of your health, my dear Geminis, maybe working with others on matters connected with health, wellness, and well-being. By the way, this is not health-related advice. Please take the advice of the doctor if anything comes up. Venus can also bring in a sort of more healing, soothing energy on the health front. So if you have been dealing with issues in any shape or form, I wouldn't be surprised if you saw an improvement. And it could be that the improvement comes from your work with someone, because Venus is also the planet of relationships. Someone who maybe really kind of connects with the hidden causes or issues of your health problem. So again, Venus is going to be in Scorpio all the way until the end of October. Take advantage of this transit. If you want to attract new work, new clients, also this is a good transit to make use of. Mercury is going to go into Libra in your 5th house. Mercury is your chart ruler all the way until the 30th of September. I feel like you're going to be thinking and talking and channeling a lot of your resources, my dear Geminis, towards creative projects, towards romantic maybe developments, towards dating potentially, but also towards engaging in creative activities that involve the use of words, of communication, potentially. If you have kids, then you might be explaining a lot of things to them throughout this period. I actually believe that for the most part, they're going to be way more receptive to what you have to say than they usually are. It could even surprise you, especially if you're explaining some kind of big things to them, big topics. I don't know, anything around politics, religion, spirituality, our connection with the divine, maybe anything that feels a bit more sort of intense or potentially like stressful in terms of its implications. If you're having any of these conversations, especially around the 12th of September, maybe also around the 14th of September, day before, day after for both of these dates, once again, you might be very surprised to see that you are receiving really positive feedback from your child, let's say. But also their way of thinking is, you may notice that it's very different, or it's sort of very fresh, it's very unique, and it's very different from what you maybe thought they had in mind. So they could surprise you with their responses and their reactions. 12th of September, day before, day after, and also 14th of September, day before, day after. For the most part, I'd say that these are good days also for dates of a romantic nature. It doesn't matter whether you're single or whether you're with someone. I mean, if you're single, you could go out on a date with someone new. If you're with someone, you could go out on a date with your spouse or significant other. These are also very good days. So on the 12th, Mercury trines Pluto, and on the 14th, Mercury trines Uranus. They're also very, very good days to be involved with anything of an artistic or a creative nature, and especially anything that is meant to kind of like stimulate your mind and help you come up with maybe creative ideas. So let's say if you want to go to an art gallery, or if you want to attend some sort of a meetup or like an event where people come together and exchange ideas. I repeat, these are fabulous times when other people's ideas, and generally whatever you kind of see and mentally connect with, whatever you're exposed to, is probably going to generate some really powerful insights. Now, I will say 12th of September, also day before, day after, Mercury opposes Neptune, especially if you're going out on a date. I feel like it could be you or the other person, or both, that do not call things completely by their name. So maybe you're sort of avoiding or trying to escape from addressing an issue, maybe like the elephant in the room. I don't know. I'm putting it out there. And it could be something that is done very much consciously. So you could be trying to hide something, but maybe it's not hiding per se. You are just focusing the conversation on something else. It could be that the person that you are dating is hiding something. It could have something to do with their plans for the future. It could have something to do maybe with some of the people that they are hanging out with, that they are involved with. If you have any concerns, I would just address them head on, because they will probably be a big deal further down the line, Geminis. Just putting it out there. Just putting it out there. 12th of September, day before, day after, is probably not the best time to deal with concrete, hard facts. I mean, there is a chance that the mind is a little bit fuzzy, maybe not so focused or concentrated, but it is a fabulous time to become involved with maybe communication tools or ideas or topics that tap into the imagination in some shape or form. I haven't mentioned 11th of September, actually 10th, 11th of September, depending on where you're based in the world. I haven't mentioned the following fact, very important fact, Geminis. You got a new one in Virgo happening at this point in time. Fresh start in your personal life. It could require you to channel some of your money, your resources in a new direction. Maybe you're starting to, build a deposit to buy a home. Maybe you're starting to pay for the bathroom renovations. Maybe you've set a goal, you've set an intention to accumulate, to build up the deposit, to move someplace else, to move somewhere nicer. Overall, this could also be a fresh start on the family front. Now, if that is the case, very possible, it could have something to do with children. So maybe your kid is all grown up now and they want their own room and they want the walls to be painted in a different color. So you might kick off this home renovation project that has something to do with children. Is there a chance that new kids are coming in? I mean, news of pregnancy, maybe not necessarily for you, but it could be for other family members. Yes, absolutely, very possible around this time. Now, if you are on the cusp of moving someplace new, Geminis, or starting a new chapter, living situation-wise overall, I feel like this is a mixed bag for you, because on the one hand, you're super excited about the future. You're very excited about the fact that you can reinvent yourselves. But also there's a little bit of a bittersweet element here. Maybe you're saying goodbye to some friends, or you're going to have less time or energy to spend with friends, or maybe just distance is getting in the way. Before the new moon, actually pretty much around the same time, Uranus is going retrograde in your first house. Uranus has gone into Gemini. I'm talking to Gemini risings, by the way. End of April. Take the time to think about how much you've changed. Take the time to think about the person that you want to become moving forward. Take the time to think about whether your old plans for the future make sense or not really anymore. Wink, wink. They probably don't, but it's not a bad thing. I think this is actually quite exciting. Venus, 15th of September, squares Pluto. There's a little bit of a sticky interaction in the workspace here. I would be careful not to hurt anyone's feelings or to, and I don't believe you actually intend to do this at all, but you might inadvertently insult someone and maybe insult their cultural background or their beliefs or something that has to do, with their religious or spiritual affiliation. Oh, if you do that, I can tell you they will hold a grudge. You might have been super lighthearted about it, and it might have been an honest mistake, and I can tell you they will hold it against you. So if you feel like something is a bit off, my recommendation is to potentially apologize straight away. There's also a chance that something's happening in terms of your relationship with a colleague, a coworker, or maybe a service provider or supplier. You might decide, you know what, I'm no longer going to work with this person, or I want to change this service provider because things are not, the service that they're offering is not good for me anymore. Mercury opposes Saturn, 18th of September. You're coming in with the best of intentions and you are in a chatty mood, and either a friend or just someone who you're interacting with in a group type of setup or within an organizational setup is being either super defensive or pessimistic or negative, or they're just pushing you away. Should you take it personally? No, I absolutely don't think that you should. Is there a chance that maybe a friend is telling you, oh, we can't spend time together, I'm super busy, and you're a little bit disappointed? Yes. Could someone cancel plans on you? Yes. Also around the 18th, maybe day before, day after. 23rd of September for the entire next month, the sun will transit Libra, so Libra season begins, and it will activate your 5th house of fun, romance, love, children, creative projects. So those sectors are getting a lot of attention, way more attention than usual. I would also take advantage of this time, of this period, to maybe schedule some fun, enjoyable activities that you can share with other people that you are close to. 26th of September active, 3 days before, 3 days after. We've got a full moon in Aries. The moon is going to conjunct Neptune. It's very close to Saturn in Aries. Mars is in your 2nd house in Cancer, at the very end of Cancer, and the sun, and actually the moon as well. The sun is going to be in a harmonious aspect to Pluto and to Uranus. Now, the sun being in a harmonious aspect to Pluto and to Uranus is telling me that something very, very happy is unfolding in your life. Very happy in what way? You probably feel like you've got some really good people in your life. People that love you, people that see you for who you are, people that support you, people that support your path of change, of innovation in terms of your life path, in terms of your life direction. You're probably feeling also very inspired by the people around you, and you are absolutely brimming, bursting over, overflowing. I don't know, I'm like throwing all the words at you, Geminis. You probably have a much better synonym for all of these words, as, hey, you are a Gemini after all. You are overflowing with inspiration, and I think for whatever reason you're also celebrating something. You could be celebrating something that has to do with your creative projects, your education, your travel plans, maybe a romantic life. It could be a combo of all of these. Now, the full moon activates the 11th house, 5th house axis. So maybe you're celebrating something together with your friends, maybe at the end of a conflict or an argument or a more stressful time when it comes to your interaction with friends, when it comes to your maybe place within a group of people, a community of people. The stressful times are over. There is a chance also that a friend might have a bombshell to share with you and the rest of the group, and it feels like this kind of changes everything for them. I do believe you're happy for them for the most part, but once again, you might realize that this will actually result in them maybe spending less time with you, maybe having to focus on a new chapter in their lives. Is it a good time to share with the world something that you've been working on, especially from a creative standpoint, or generally when it comes to projects that are close to your heart? Yes, fabulous time to release things to the world. This may be a time when you're taking stock of your goals, of your targets, of your objectives, and how far you've come. And I actually think you've come quite far, Geminis. So once again, that could be another reason for celebration. You might have accomplished a very hard goal, a really tough task. It could be a goal that had some sort of a financial element to it. Wasn't easy. Did you make it? Yes, most likely, yes. Mars will go into Leo in your 3rd house until the 25th of November. So on the 28th of September, Mars goes into Leo. I actually think you're pretty much going to enjoy this this transit, my dear Geminis, because the 3rd house has a special affinity with Gemini. You will put so much energy into talking to people, reaching out to people, getting the job done, going after, literally chasing after your goals, taking action, taking the lead when it comes to group type of projects, etc. Lots of maybe important conversations happening throughout this period. Careful with Mars, because your words might pack extra punch. And you don't want to be rude. I mean, sure, sometimes maybe you want to poke the bear on purpose. I don't know. If the situation calls for it, that's up to you to decide. Mars transiting the third house is making you a total go-getter when it comes to anything that has to do with education, sales, networking, communication, exams, presentations, etc. It's also giving you extra speed and strength when it comes to transportation, travel, short distance traveling. Please be careful. Please be careful. On the road, there is a tendency to push the pedal. Don't say I didn't warn you about it. And also on the 28th, the sun will trine Uranus exactly. I mean, lovely day. You are standing out, you're shining, you're sparkling. You are probably getting a lot of attention from some really cool people, from people who really see the new you, who make you feel very kind of good about how you are different from others. Now, this could be a romantic partner, I will say. 30th of September, Mercury, your chart ruler, goes into your 6th house of day-to-day work and health all the way until the first week of December. Super busy period coming up. And I gotta say, your mind is very much going to be focused on practical matters, health-related matters, work matters throughout this entire period. Lots of things popping up also in terms of logistics, admin stuff, maintenance issues on the home front and on the property and living situation front, pretty much from the 30th of September until the first week of December. So just take advantage of as much as you can of September to still enjoy yourselves, to still kind of have fun and so on. Geminis, because October, November, and the beginning of December, you've got so much on. The tasks have sort of like piled up. My fellow Cancerians, Cancer suns and Cancer risings. September. What is going on in the sky for us, fellow Cancerians? For those of you who are new here, I am a Cancer rising myself. So, the month begins with Mars squaring Saturn, literally on the 1st of September, Cancerians. We're probably going to feel this also a couple of days before, a couple of days after. We are angry. We are angry. Who are we angry with? Probably an authority figure. Probably a boss, maybe a parent, maybe a business partner. We might feel like someone's being extra difficult or extra slow in moving things forward. It's like, what is the holdup? Why can't we just get from A to B? And the thing is, this person might have been dragging their feet for some time, but now it's really gotten to you, Cancerians. I urge you to maybe not burn bridges with this person. The reason being, you're probably going to have to still work with them for a long time, for a long time. So maybe you can kind of adjust your expectations a little bit. Maybe you can confirm with them what a feasible timeline would be for them. Maybe you can also put the spotlight back on yourselves and say, is it really that big a deal if this is not happening as fast as I thought it would happen? I mean, sure, it annoys me. I want this one thing, and now this person is saying, not yet, no, it will take time, no. Why? People, Cancerians, that is all that I can say. I feel like you're also a little bit frustrated with someone's rules, and normally you'd be like, okay, whatever, it's the rules, we'll just roll with it. But now you don't seem to just roll with it. Again, if it's worth it, challenge the rules. If it's not, and if it doesn't make that big a difference in the grand scheme of things, then I wouldn't waste my energy. I would not waste it. You've got plenty of things to do, Cancerians. By the way, I also want to put out there, 1st, 2nd of September, fantastic time to catch up with friends, fantastic time to socialize. So if anyone's getting on your nerves, just say, okay, I'm dealing with this now. I've got plenty of other more enjoyable things to do and more enjoyable people to spend my time with. Third, fourth, and even the first kind of half of the day on the 5th, the moon will be transiting your 12th house in Gemini. I feel like some of you have some catching up to do, maybe behind the scenes with some paperwork. Maybe you've got to send some emails. Maybe you're doing a little bit of catch up on any outstanding reading. Maybe you've got your book and you're like, you know what, I'm just going to get away from the world and I'm going to read my book and whatever. I don't necessarily want to talk to people at the moment. But funnily enough, there is a very high chance that you might, when you're not necessarily expecting it, that you might bump into some people and you're like, oh, I was totally not in the mood for socializing, but I've just reconnected with like an old colleague. I mean, it's not that you've reconnected. It may be that you're just going to a cafe to like pick up your matcha or whatever you drink, and you bump into someone that you haven't seen in ages, and it's an old colleague, and you catch up, and it's actually all very enjoyable, especially on the 3rd, maybe also the 4th, but especially on the 3rd. Venus is going to be in your 4th house of home and family in Libra until the 10th of September when it changes signs. So if you want to catch up with family, if you want to spend time at home, if you want to invite people over to your place, I would do so before the 10th of September when Venus changes signs. Now on the 10th of September when Venus goes into Scorpio, I've got some extra good news for you Cancerians, because the 5th house is the house of enjoyment, fun, love, romance, creative projects. So you are getting that extra boost of kind of good taste and style and beauty and inspiration when it comes to your creative outlets, all the way until Venus is actually going to be in Scorpio for some time because it's going retrograde in October, all the way until the last week of October. So take advantage of this period if you are involved in anything of a creative nature, if you need extra inspiration, if you need to collaborate with someone to see this creative project through. Please use this transit to reach out to people, get into that creative bubble, which you probably will be in. Use it wisely, my fellow Cancerians. Now, Venus is also the ruler of your 11th house and of your 4th house of home. So I feel like you can actually have quite a bit of fun. Maybe organize something or attend something like a party, or maybe several parties, maybe several social occasions that bring people together, your tribe, your people, that bring over your friends. It could be that your friends are maybe throwing parties throughout this period, 10th of September until the end of the month. I feel like you are in the mood for a good time with your friends, with your people. I feel like you're also in the mood for love. Now, you could be single and in the mood for love. You could be in a relationship and in the mood for love, because life sometimes gets busy and maybe the partner doesn't necessarily, or the relationship itself doesn't necessarily get that much sort of like time and attention from you. So again, spend time with a romantic partner. Look for a romantic partner, Cancerians. I mean, if you're into that, pretty much from the 10th of September until the beginning of October, because I would not necessarily recommend looking for a new romantic partner, especially when Venus goes retrograde. But we're going to talk about that when we go into your October updates. For now, I've said my part. Also, if you have kids, relationships with children are likely to see an improvement throughout this transit from the 10th of September all the way until Venus goes retrograde in October, beginning of October. There may be some things, however, that are coming to the surface around the 15th of September. So the kind of one challenging transit, or the one challenging aspect, let's say, that this transit, Venus through Scorpio, is making is 15th of September, active day before day after, when Venus will square Pluto. So if you have kids, there is a chance that you may find out something about them that they've been trying to hide from you. I don't know, maybe like vape or like a pack of cigarettes. I don't know if these kids smoke anymore. Cigarettes, that is. And you're like, why are you doing this? You are hurting your body. You are on a self-destructive streak. I mean, that's probably too dramatic. I mean, if it's something small, I would be careful not to turn it into a big thing if it's something small, just as an FYI, Cancerians. If it is something truly, truly, truly big, I would also be cautious not to kind of overreact, because that could lead to children potentially hiding things from you again in the future. So I feel like this is a time where you can earn their trust, or kind of like strengthen their trust in you as someone who is able to handle things that are not necessarily super kind of palatable and easy to handle. Or you can give them the impression that you're someone who's going to freak out, and therefore they will hide things from you again, okay? So secrets about kids coming to the surface, see where that takes you. There could also be things coming to the surface when it comes to a romantic partner. I mean, if it's someone that you've been dating recently, maybe you find out that they are in a lot of debt, or it's something not very, again, that's why it's a secret, maybe. I mean, it's probably something that they don't necessarily feel very proud of. They might even be ashamed of it. Is it a deal breaker? I don't know. That's up to you to decide. Sometimes people hide a lot of things for fear of judgment, but actually, we might not end up judging them at all. And I mean, obviously, Cancer is a water sign. It can be actually very, very empathetic. So yeah. See where that takes you. A friend could go through a crisis around this time, so they might kind of need your emotional support. If you're working on anything creative, I would make sure to like save or like safeguard, if it's something physical, to safeguard the project before the 15th of September, because there is a chance that something might be like destroyed. It doesn't have to, but it could. There is a little bit of a risk here. Now I'm going to go back in time. Also 10th of September, Mercury goes into Libra in your 4th house of home, family, and living situation until the 30th of September. Still lots of conversations with family members, lots of things connected with home and family on your mind. Maybe people are kind of like dropping by your house. Family members are dropping by your house from the 10th of September until the end of the month. Maybe you're dropping by their house. You're like, hey, I haven't seen you in a long time. Here I am. I've just popped up for I don't know, an impromptu coffee. I do believe they're probably going to be quite happy to see you, and you might be quite happy to host people in your home as well. There could actually be some surprising, unexpected visits in your home, or you might be the one paying someone an unexpected visit, especially around the 12th of September, day before, day after, and around the 14th of September, day before, day after. 12th of September is when Mercury trines Pluto, and 14th of September is when Mercury trines Uranus. Definitely the day for surprises is the 14th of September. This could also be the time, 14th of September, when you have some really unexpected conversations with family members and you feel maybe relieved somehow, or the information that you find about your home, that you find out about your home, about your past, about your ancestors maybe, it sort of shakes up the view in a good way, the view that you had of your past, your lineage, etc. Some powerful conversations are likely to happen in your interaction with family members around the 12th of September. Powerful in what way? It feels like you're taking things off your chest. Some people, maybe it's a parent, maybe it's a sibling, they're taking things off their chest, so they're kind of like sharing very sort of like loaded information, but again, it feels like a relief. It could feel like a relief either way, wherever this information is coming from, whether it's coming from you or whether it's coming from the other person. I once again believe that this is a time to strengthen the relationship, to strengthen the bond with someone. So by being honest, by them being honest and opening up to you, a new level of depth has been reached, I would say. Also pretty much from the kind of 11th until the 14th, 15th of September, you may be having some very fruitful but unexpected conversations around how things will change in your personal life, especially when it comes to certain relationships, when it comes to the dynamics between you and certain people. I actually think you are going to be very pleasantly surprised to see that others are very receptive to what you have to say. They are very receptive to doing things in a new way. You might be very open to trying out a new sort of approach that is recommended by someone else. I feel like everyone's in a mood to make things work, let's say. If you're waiting for good news on the home front, on the property front, on the real estate front, on the home front, the good I'm like, what am I trying to say here? If you're waiting for good news, the good news is probably going to come sometimes between the 11th until the 15th of September, especially if you're waiting for news regarding maybe a loan, a mortgage. If you are expecting good news maybe from a family member when it comes to a sticky topic, maybe a crisis that they've been going through, I repeat, the good news shall come most likely between the 11th until the 15th. Now, speaking of the 11th, maybe also the 10th, 11th, I mean, it depends on where you're based in the world. There's going to be a new moon in Virgo in your third house. The third house is the house of news, communication, conversations, learning, short distance traveling. So I feel like you are dealing with novel information, new developments, especially when it comes to home life, family members. I repeat, family members might have some news to share with you. To me, it looks like they may need your help with something. You may be someone who is able to lend a hand with whatever it is that they're going through. And I repeat, it could actually be like a really good thing. Maybe it's your sister saying, I'm going to move. I need your help. Are you going to help me pack? And you're like, yes, count me in. I am on board. So I feel like you can bring in the energy. You can maybe support the family or the family member who is announcing you, this is what I'm doing, who is maybe announcing the world, this is what I'm doing with my life. You can actively support them. Mercury will trine Uranus and Pluto at this point in time, so the news is definitely news of transformation. Speaking of news of transformation, it would not surprise me if you made the announcement to the world, hey, I am moving, or I'm selling my property, or I am buying a new property. I've gotten news from the bank, the mortgage has been approved. Woohoo! So that could also happen. I will say though, Mercury will oppose Neptune at the time of the new moon. It's actually exact on the 12th of September, but you'll also feel it on the 11th and on the 13th. Whatever exciting developments are happening in your home life, family life, maybe property sector, whether it's relocation, moving into a new place, family member kind of going through an auspicious change, it feels like there is a sacrifice also coming in. So if you're moving someplace new, maybe you are sacrificing the relationship with an important business client. Maybe they no longer want to work with you if you're not kind of immediately accessible to them. It could be that you decide to focus more on, I don't know, your family life, and as a result, you're stepping away from a role, a position that you've been holding in your career. So there is some form of a sacrifice implied at the time of this new moon. The entire month, though, it is exact on the 16th, but the entire month, Neptune in your house of career is sextiling Pluto. What is this telling me? Pluto in your 8th house. Greater forces are very intensely impacting your career path, your professional life, your public status, your public reputation, my dear Cancerians, and you're probably going to be able to reflect on these sometime around the end of the month when you're actually going to have a full moon in Aries in this part of your chart. There's a possibility that you're being pushed in a new direction. You're pushed to like new dreams when it comes to your career path. These new dreams may involve an element of sacrifice. They may also involve stepping into the unknown. They may involve some huge life transformations. It's also possible that bigger kind of transformations are underway in the sector, in the field that you're working in. And once again, you might be very kind of consciously aware of what these are towards the end of the month, especially around the 26th of September, when you've got a full moon in this part of your chart, active 3 days before, 3 days after, I would not expect things to stay as they are when it comes to your professional life, your career path, and also when it comes to your public status and public reputation. It looks like your reputation is going through a big shift. The world, your audience, whoever that might be, will potentially start associating you with something new, maybe like a new identity, new topics, new themes, moving forward from September onwards. That's how I'm seeing this playing out. Chiron leaves Taurus on the 18th of September, and it slides back into your 10th house of career and public status for a few more months. You've had Chiron here for like a long time, for a good few years. You might still feel over the next few months as if not everyone gets it. Not everyone gets why you're doing the things that you're doing from a career perspective. Maybe you don't get it either fully. You're like, I feel like I'm guided to do this thing, but I don't know exactly what I'm doing. The path is very unclear. There's lots of uncertainty, and still you might be going ahead with it. Mercury opposes Saturn, 18th of September. There might be a bit of a challenging conversation that you have with a boss, an authority figure, or with someone at home. You don't necessarily seem to be in agreement straight away. It could be that you will reach an agreement towards the end of September, but for now, someone is being extra difficult. You're thinking, why aren't you listening to reason? Or why aren't you listening to my suggestions? But maybe they're just not ready yet. It could also feel like a boss is being super demanding, and you're thinking, why are you difficult? Are you being difficult on purpose? It could be that they're going through a tough time in their private life. I mean, I know that's no reason to project things onto you, but it happens. It happens. 23rd of September, the sun goes into Libra in your 4th house of home, family, and living situation. So the focus even more kind of like shifts towards personal life matters. And I actually believe for the next month, you may be spending quite a bit of money on home and family related matters as well. But it could feel like money very well spent. I'm going to say it. 26th of September, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got a full moon in Aries, big culminating point when it comes to your career sector, your professional life, your vocation, big announcements coming in, maybe from your company, from your industry, potentially from bosses. Maybe you are the one making big announcements. You're like, okay, I am stepping down from this leadership position, or I am walking away from this industry. It feels like it's a big change. But I can tell you that the full moon is in a harmonious aspect to Pluto. It's in a harmonious aspect to Uranus. Whatever it is that you are embracing in terms of transformation, and whatever it is that you're letting go of, is probably making you feel relieved. I'm going to say this. Also, you may be taking stock of how far you've come on a new path, a new journey from a professional perspective, a journey that you have embarked upon probably sometime at the beginning of this year. And you're kind of looking at it and saying, oh my God, I've actually managed to achieve some important things. It has been a tough road. It probably has been, but it is good to give yourselves credit, Cancerians, to say, okay, I've worked hard. Maybe now I deserve a little bit of a break, okay? I would also not be surprised if authority figures announce that they are leaving. So bosses stepping down, etc. Also, it would not surprise me if you said goodbye to an important business partnership because you have other partnerships that you want to prioritize and focus on. 28th of September, Mars goes into Leo in your 2nd house until the end of November. Lots of energy going into making money, but also spending money. Sometimes it might not necessarily be money very well spent. I am going to put it out there. Especially in November, I would actually, for the most part, refrain from making any impulse purchases or decisions from a financial perspective. But we're going to talk about that more, of course, in November. 30th of September, Mercury goes into Scorpio until the first week of December. Okay. This is going to be a long transit, lots of important conversations with children, romantic partners, lots of kind of mental energy being channeled towards creative projects, towards your passions, towards your hobbies. Now, not all not all mental energy put to use is good, or let me put it this way, not every single thought and not every single kind of approach that you come up with when it comes to your passions or creative projects is going to be a constructive one. So sometimes I think you're probably going to be a little bit too close to the project itself. It may help to get an external opinion. It may help to get some sort of external feedback. I'm just gonna put it out there. This is a lovely transit for those of you who are writing anything of a creative nature, or who need to kind of like produce music, write music. I mean, that is art. That is a creative outlet. So you got the gist of it, Cancerians. That is September for you. Now let us move on to Leos. My lovely Leos, Leo suns and Leo risings. What's happening in September? Okay, so 1st of September, Mars is actually, I apologize, I've got something in my eye. Mars is going to be squaring Saturn. There is a chance that you're experiencing, maybe also the day before, a couple of days before, a couple of days after, you are experiencing some delays, some frustrations with a matter of a legal nature or a matter that involves paperwork, maybe important documents, legal sort of issues that you've been maybe working on this year. I'm not a big fan of this transit because you may have a very frustrating interaction also with a partner or with someone that you work with. They might come across as extra difficult. You might feel like you have to bite your tongue and sort of bury your frustration. So no one wins. You might also feel like a partner, it could be a life partner or a business partner. It could also be someone that you work with. They're extra demanding and extra difficult for no reason, and they want to impose their rules upon you. I believe that you're initially going to get frustrated and angry in silence. It might actually take maybe until the end of the month when Mars goes into Leo, into your first house. I'm looking at you, Leo risings. It might take until the end of the month until you feel bold enough, courageous enough, strong enough to take some sort of action and to push back on whatever doesn't sit well with you. Mars being in your 12th house is, until the 20th of September, is giving you some headaches. I'm not going to lie, Leo risings. Mars is the ruler of your 4th house of home and of your 9th house. There's all sorts of kind of unexpected issues or challenges or problems or conflicts or emotional kind of turmoil coming up in your relationships with family members, in your relationships maybe with mentors, guides, teachers, or I repeat, anyone within a legal setup. Once more, if you're feeling powerless, if you're feeling frustrated, but you think, what can I do about it? I think you would benefit from giving it some time until the end of the month, until the 20th of September when Mars changes signs. There is a chance that things might get resolved by themselves until then, but if they don't, this transit, Mars in your first house, is going to give you a boost. It's going to be from the 20th of September until the 25th of November. It's going to give you a boost in terms of energy, appetite for action, courage, determination. You're going to sort of turn into a go-getter. You're no longer feeling defeated. I almost want to say people need to get out of your way. You might be a lot more also belligerent and competitive and assertive than usual. But the thing is, I actually feel like you're going to be super enthusiastic about it throughout this transit. We're going to talk about this more in November. Sometimes too much is too much. So too much action, too much assertiveness can have a destructive effect. Destructive in what sense? Destructive in your relationships with other people. So we'll talk about that. But Mars is kind of lighting up a fire underneath you, and it's saying, okay, go. It's go time. It's action. It's action time. Going back to the beginning of the month, 1st, 2nd of September, there are some things going on in your career sector that are making you feel like, okay, things are sort of calming down, settling, and so on. 3rd, 4th, and maybe also the first kind of half of the day, 5th of September, depending on where you're based in the world. The moon is going to be transiting your 11th house. It would be a good time to catch up with friends. You might have an impromptu maybe invite from a friend or meet someone spontaneously. Maybe it's a good friend around the 3rd, maybe also the 4th of September. 10th of September, Venus goes into your 4th house of home, family, and living situation all the way until the end of October. Venus is actually going to be retrograde in this part of your chart. This transit can help you improve your relationships with family members if they have been tricky. This transit can also help you in general if you've been dealing with any sort of issues connected with home, property, real estate, living situation. Venus comes in and smooths things over. Now, the catch here, or the disclaimer, is you might need help from someone. So whatever it is that you're dealing with in this particular sector or in these sectors of your life, if you feel like you can't handle things or you can't find the resolution on your own, do not hesitate to ask for help. Now, Venus transiting the 4th house is also generally a good time to put your taste and your kind of aesthetic to use within the home. So if you're looking to beautify the house, to beautify a certain space, I do believe that this is a very, very useful transit. Venus will square Pluto 15th of September, also day before, day after. Venus squaring Pluto is not necessarily fantastic for your relationship with maybe a romantic partner, a spouse, but maybe also with a parent or a family member in general. It does feel like there is a bit of a crisis kind of manifesting, unfolding, bubbling up, and maybe also blowing over. Maybe it's been a while in the making. That is actually a very strong possibility. It's almost as if a volcano is erupting. I know I'm probably not helping with the metaphors, Leos, but I think it's a good metaphor given the nature of the transit. Something more is coming to the surface. And it could be something that you've kept hidden. It could be something that a family member or a spouse has kept hidden. Could this lead to a total transformation of your relationship with this person? Yes. I mean, I feel like trust is a key kind of like topic here. Maybe someone has broken your trust. Maybe you have broken their trust. I mean, it could go either way, and it may take a while for this to be rebuilt. There's also a chance around this time maybe a beautiful object within the house sort of breaks, or someone breaks it, and it might make you very angry, but maybe it was time to find a replacement for it. Or shall I say, this could be the reason why you have to find a replacement for it, my dear Leos. Mercury is going to go into Libra also on the 10th of September in your 3rd house until the 30th of September. Now, Mercury transiting through Libra is fantastic for all things networking, all things sales related, any talks about partnerships, collaborations, mediation, negotiations, etc. Mercury is giving you some help if you're looking to buy or to sell something. You might find a good deal. You might be able to negotiate a good deal. I mean, the exception to that would be potentially the 12th of September when Mercury opposes Neptune, and also the time when Mercury opposes Saturn, which is going to be the 18th of September. So these are not necessarily the best times for like deals. These are also not necessarily the best times for scheduling important conversations, because they might lead nowhere. Nowhere. Mercury transiting your third house in Libra is generally until the 30th of September. Also a good time to catch up with friends, send them messages, catch up with like-minded individuals, make friends with new people, and you might be very surprised to actually find that you've got a lot in common with some people that you did not necessarily think you had anything in common with. I mean, it happens. It happens sometimes. 11th of September. Well, actually, let me just say this. 10th of September, Uranus also goes retrograde in Gemini. Your plans for the future have probably changed a great deal as of April, as of the end of April. Now's the time to sort of take a bit of a step back and say, okay, what am I working towards? What is the future that I want to build? And who do I need to have on my side? Do I need to reach out to anyone? Do I need to maybe become involved with some new communities, new organizations? Do I have to reach out to people out there? I don't know. On the internet? Do I have to become more active within certain online communities? Very valid questions to ask yourselves, Leos. Now, 10th, 11th of September, depending on where you're based in the world, there will be a new moon in Virgo in your second house. I actually think this is a lovely new moon. Why? Because finally things are looking up from a financial perspective for you, from a maybe self-esteem perspective as well. You might not have had the best of years, actually year and a half, as of 2025 until the middle of 2026 from a financial perspective. Leos with, especially Leo risings, with a South Node transiting your second house. Maybe you've lost some money, maybe you've lost a source of income, maybe your self-esteem suffered, your values may have changed as well throughout this period. This new moon feels like a fresh start. First of all, financially, maybe you are starting to make money in a new way, maybe you are revisiting your expenses, your budget, and you're kind of making plans. So a new moon in Virgo is the best time to clean things up, to make plans, to create a spreadsheet, to every now and then I go back to the spreadsheet, and I think this is so funny, Leos. I apologize. I deviate from the topic at hand, but I talk about spreadsheets as if I use them. The reality is I do not use them. But I feel like I appreciate their worth. They have a lot of value. But here we are. So new moon in Virgo, great time to create that spreadsheet with like expenses, money coming in, and sort of take action on the financial front that maybe puts you closer to your goals. It is a good time to get rid of some expenses and costs that are no longer relevant as a result of maybe your priorities having shifted. Mercury is in a lovely aspect with Uranus and with Pluto. This new moon can bring in a new business partnership, a new way of making money with someone else, or it could be the beginning of a fruitful relationship between you and another person who is going to change your mindset when it comes to money, finances, budgeting, etc. It could be, I don't know, like a financial coach of sorts or a financial advisor of sorts. You're probably going to be inspired by someone to make some big changes for the better in the direction of more kind of efficiency and productivity on the financial front. You're probably going to be inspired maybe by, I repeat, it could be like a coach type of figure, but it could also be a friend. It could be someone that you clicked with. Mercury will trine Pluto 12th of September. Active day before, day after. Fantastic day to talk about serious topics with life partners, business partners, to open up about whatever it is that you feel historically could not be addressed head on. Mercury will also oppose Neptune. 12th of September, active day before, day after. There is a chance that not all the numbers, not all the stats, not all the facts are the correct ones. So Neptune can bring some mistakes, some blurriness, some fogginess. By the way, I'm not a big fan of traveling around this time, around the 12th of September, day before, day after. I'm also not a big fan of traveling around the 18th of September, day before, day after. I mean, sometimes you have to, and it's just the way it is. But I would recommend being prepared for maybe frustrations and cancellations around both of these times, maybe for delays, maybe also for kind of alternative routes, let's say, and for a little bit of rescheduling to happen as a result of travel related issues. I mean, it could be, I don't know, it could be that your car stops working, or it could be that you miss the train, or it could be that the trains get canceled around these times. It could be a variety of things, just as an FYI. Mercury will trine Uranus, 14th of September, active day before, day after. I believe this is a fantastic time to share with the world, to share with your community, with the organizations that you're a part of, maybe with your friends, with your audience if you have an audience. I believe this is the best time to share exciting news, to share potentially unconventional ideas. And speaking of unconventional ideas, they might inspire you. It could be your community or your friends that inspire you with an unconventional, outside of the box way of thinking. And you're like, I did not see this coming, but I can totally see how this is useful and helpful and valid, and I am going to run with it. And there is a chance that you might get invited to things around this time, around the 14th of September, maybe a day before, a day after. It's a spontaneous, out of the blue invite. Maybe you had other plans. I would recommend Leos to be very flexible and say, okay, I did not see this coming, but I'm just going to go and see what happens. You might make some amazing connections. And it feels like you can really benefit from fresh input in terms of your way of thinking, Leos. The whole month, even though it is exact on the 16th of September, the whole month Neptune sextiles Pluto. Whatever's going on, maybe at a collective level, whatever is happening that is maybe not necessarily within your control, my dear Leos, it seems to completely transform your mentality, your worldview, your belief system around relationships, partnerships, collaborations. And I also believe you may get some unexpected help from, you might call it divinity, you might call it divine intervention. It could very well be that, but it could also be some sort of a major legal development. You might get some help on a matter that has caused a lot of frustration, and on a matter that has had you dealing with a very strong, let's say, not enemy per se, but maybe opponent. So be on the lookout for that, my dear Leos. It might be sort of like clear what that is around the 16th of September, but I'm actually more inclined to say there's more clarity on this front around the 26th of September, day, maybe 3 days before, 3 days after. That is the time when we have a full moon activating your 9th house. Chiron leaves Taurus, 18th of September. It's been there since mid-June, approximately. It might have given you a little bit of a nudge to reconsider what would you do if you weren't doing the thing that you're doing at the moment from an occupational perspective. What path would you take? I think that is worth mulling over, because there may be a time when you may have to act on it. Also, 18th of September, Mercury opposes Saturn. I think you are involved in a little bit of a disagreement here, and I don't think you are reaching any sort of compromise at the time. The Sun goes into Libra 23rd of September. For the next month, the focus or the spotlight is very much going to be placed on communication, learning, writing, speaking, making speeches, creating presentations, maybe also passing exams. I feel like you are really going to stand out for what you have to say throughout this period, my dear Leos. 26th of September, active 3 days before, 3 days after. As I've said, full moon in Aries, activating your 9th house, 3rd house axis. This could be a time when you're traveling or when you're booking some sort of a flight, or when you decide, okay, I'm going to book my holiday for the end of the year. So you might be making some big decisions around travel related matters. You might also hear back from a legal institution. I do believe that for the most part, the news is good, but it may take longer for you to see the entire thing coming to a close. So this is a bit of a win, but please don't despair if this is not the end of the road just yet for this particular issue that has been stressing you out. It's also possible that if you have a legal advisor or an attorney, a lawyer, someone of that nature in your life, they are calling you with some unexpected good news. You might also hear good news connected with your academic path, with your education. Now, if you've applied for some sort of an educational program, an MBA, I don't know, your PhD, it may not necessarily be the news that it may not be exactly the news that you expected. Or let's say you're applying for, I don't know, uni. You want to be accepted into a new university program. Maybe you don't get your first kind of option, whatever it is that you've opted for. You might actually get something better. Because the full moon is actually going to be in a harmonious aspect to Pluto, to Uranus. So things are taking an unexpected turn for the better. It's just that you may not yet see how this is better. But I would recommend having trust and faith in where the path takes you, let's say. 20th of September, Mars goes into Leo in your first house. I will put it out there. This is probably the best transit to be active on from a physical perspective. Lots of physical energy, lots of stamina. Sometimes there's lots of anger kind of building up, and you're probably going to be very vocal and dramatic about it, Leos. I would recommend taking it easy when it comes to your kind of physical outlets, especially in November, but we're going to talk more about that at the time. Until then, have fun. Have fun. Mercury goes into Scorpio 30th of September in your 4th house until the first week of December. It seems to me like your money is very much going to be geared towards home matters, property matters, real estate and family matters until the first week of December. You might also be talking and rediscussing and reanalyzing and going back and forth over plans for the future with your family all the way until the first week of December, Leos. The reason for that is Mercury will go retrograde in October. More on that in your October horoscope. My dear Virgos, Virgo suns and Virgo risings. September of 2026. Virgos, what can you expect this month? Lots of action. There is a lot going on in the sky, Virgos. So we'll start off in chronological order, obviously. 1st of September, active day before, day after, Mars will square Saturn. You may be a little bit frustrated with a friend, maybe because it feels like they're doing things the wrong way. They're being extra slow or fearful or stressed about a specific matter. You would approach things totally differently. They're not getting it. Or in your view, they're not getting it. Ultimately, I think a lot of things are subjective, okay? It could be that this friend also complains to you. They complain to you about a health matter, potentially. They complain to you about a work matter, and you're saying, okay, what are you going to do about it? You've been complaining about this for some time. It's been an ongoing issue since the beginning of the year. Are you taking any action? And if they're not taking any action, you're like, don't come to me with your complaints. But it could just be that they need a bit of a shoulder to lean on, to cry on. I'm not saying you have to be that Virgo, so what I'm saying is what they might need. I also believe you might need to slow down a little bit around this time with some of your expenses. Essentially, it's not that you're not doing well. You're doing quite well from a financial perspective, but my recommendation would be to also not plan for a rainy day per se, but think about your financial obligations. So I'm not talking about like a hypothetical emergency or crisis. I'm talking about, have you paid your taxes? Have you paid your credit cards? Have you paid your debts towards others? If yes, great. If not, then you know what to do. You know the drill. Also, for 2nd of September, I feel like you're very much thinking about traveling. Maybe you are actually traveling. And if that is the case, you seem to be enjoying it very, very much. 3rd, 4th, and the first half of the 5th of September, depending on where you're based in the world, the moon is transiting through your 10th house of career, public status, and public reputation. I believe lots of sort of things are happening in this part of your life. Maybe people are reaching out to you out of the blue. Maybe your boss makes a sudden announcement, especially on the 3rd, maybe also on the 4th. But even though this is quite sudden, I mean, even though things might change at the very last minute, plans might change at the very last minute, Virgos, from a professional standpoint, you seem to be on top of things, and they could actually be shifting and changing for the better. So don't freak out if at the very last minute your boss says you're going to work with someone else on this project, not with your usual regular project manager or team. You might end up having a much better time than you expect collaborating with someone new. Speaking of someone new, exciting new opportunities could come your way career-wise this month. I mean, there are so many periods, moments, times when this could happen. 3rd of September, first and foremost. 4th of September also. 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, maybe also 15th of September. Let's see, are there any other times to pay attention to? Yes, 27th, 28th, also of September. Lots of unexpected opportunities, work-wise. Do I recommend paying attention to them? Of course I do, otherwise I would not have mentioned them. Are there any chances that something maybe of a short or a limited duration could turn into a bigger project? So let's say you're a freelancer and someone says, okay, I just need you for like 3 days, and this is the list of deliverables. I expect them to be ready in, 3 days time. Could they come back for more? Could they say, oh, we are thrilled with your work. We want to give you more projects. The answer is yes, 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 yes. So once more, Virgos, keep an open mind, especially Virgo risings. Just because things don't necessarily go according to plan does not mean that they are not going well. Sometimes they are going much better because they are not going according to plan. Maybe the plan was quite bleak. Or maybe the plan was unexciting or uneventful, or maybe it was just to keep on moving forward, business as usual. But sometimes the universe brings in opportunities, and this is one of those months, okay? Until the 10th of September, Venus is transiting your 2nd house of income. So that's why I said you're probably doing quite well financially. You're attracting maybe clients, you're attracting appreciation from others for your skills, which could translate into more income. On the 10th, Venus goes into Scorpio in your 3rd house. And this is actually going to be a longer transit because Venus goes retrograde in October. Venus transiting the 3rd house is very helpful if you need to spend money on education or on tutoring, on learning something, on classes, courses, workshops, on cars, on your preferred mode of transportation. Venus transiting the 3rd house is also going to give you a little bit of a hand with you finding the right words at the right time. So if you need to persuade someone, if you need to be kind of strategic in your communications, I would recommend taking advantage of this transit. You might also see a general improvement of your relationships with colleagues, siblings, cousins, neighbors, possibly. Also, 10th of September, Mercury, which is your chart ruler, goes into Libra in your second house until the 30th of September. So with Mercury transiting the second house, you're probably going to be very invested in your financial sector, talking a lot about money, negotiating around these new projects that might come your way from a professional perspective. I also believe you are going to be your own, how should I put it, best advocate. With the risk of this sounding very cheesy, this is the time to sell what you have to offer, not to sell yourselves, obviously, Virgos, but to toot your own horn, let's say. People are going to be a lot more receptive than usual to it. The only exception to this might be the following dates. The 12th of September, maybe also the day before, but the day before is kind of a mixed bag. There's some really nice stuff happening as well. The other exception would be the time when Mercury opposes Saturn, 18th of September, maybe also day before, day after. Even though you are kind of putting yourselves out there and you are trying to maybe convince someone, to persuade someone, they are either not ready for it, or they don't get it, or they don't see value in what you have to offer. And sometimes I think it is important to just make peace with the fact that not everyone will have the same value system, and what you have to offer is maybe not a priority for everyone. I wouldn't waste time trying to convince someone who is not already on board with whatever it is that you're putting out there, Virgos, because there's plenty of other people who are super interested. So don't waste your time with the ones that are reluctant or resistant or just not ready yet, okay? Uranus goes retrograde in Gemini in your 10th house, also on the 10th of September. Things have been changing for you from a professional perspective as of April. Things might have been changing also at a collective level in terms of the sector, the industry that you're working in. Lots of innovations, breakthroughs, big announcements. Things are kind of slowing down in terms of the changes at a collective level, at a global level, potentially. And you have time to also kind of integrate these changes a lot better this month and say, okay, what does that mean for my future? Am I ready to shift gears? Am I ready to jump into a whole different sector? Am I ready to learn something new? Because it looks like this is the industry sort of trend that is becoming increasingly prominent. You ultimately are the ones to decide all of that, Virgos, but I feel like these are some good prompts on my end to get you thinking. New moon in your first house, 11th of September, actually 10th, 11th of September, depending on where you are based in the world. Fresh start in terms of life direction, Virgos, in terms of what you decide to spend your money on. Also potentially fresh start in terms of taking care of yourselves. So you might decide to spend more money on looking after yourselves. Investing in yourself is a very good idea around this time. If you want to make some good changes, some auspicious changes from a health, wellness perspective, habits perspective, this is a very, very helpful new moon. I would set goals, I would set intentions, I would make a concrete set of I would write down maybe a concrete sort of list of goals with specific milestones in terms of what you're looking to achieve. And I would kind of slowly but surely, in a very consistent manner, start working on it. Speaking of work, some of you could start a new job around this time. You could step into a new role, a new position. You could step into a new industry all together. Maybe you're starting to work with a client from a different industry. Maybe you are open to learning about new industries, and this could actually become a very important element in terms of your life path. I think this is also a new moon that sort of giving you a big boost from a self-worth and self-esteem perspective, my dear Virgos. You haven't been doing so well on that front. Maybe. You might have felt a little bit unsure of yourselves and of what you have to offer throughout 2025, maybe also the first part of 2026. Now you're thinking, I actually have a lot to offer. I've learned so much. I've grown so much. I've discovered so many new things about myself. Let's go. Let's go get him. Mercury will be opposing Neptune at the time of this new moon. Do not expect everyone to be supportive of what you're planning to do with your life. Do not expect everyone to be supportive of the changes that you are implementing in your life, be them work related, be them health related, be them related to your finances. I actually think some people will be very annoyed, especially if you are looking, let's say, at your financial sector and you're saying, okay, I'm going to spend more money on myself, on my health, on my education, or whatever that might be. And maybe some people were expecting money from you, or they were hoping that you would continue to support them, and you're letting them know, hey, this is not going to happen anymore because my priorities have changed. Are they going to be sad? Yes. Is that their prerogative? Also, yes. Should you change what you're doing? Probably not. Probably not, if you ask me. Really good talks in the work sphere. 12th of September, active day before day after, Mercury will be trining Pluto. Also 14th of September, active day before day after. 14th of September, if you're coming up with innovative approaches in the professional sphere, if you're coming up with novel, exciting ideas, that is the way to go. It will serve you. It will help your reputation. It will help your status. It will put you in a really good light with bosses. So I would say go. The whole month, but it is exact on the 16th of September, Neptune sextiles Pluto. It looks like greater kind of forces at play in the world, in your life, are sort of pushing you to transform your work life, to transform maybe your approach to day-to-day work, to your habits, to the way that you are of service to others. And I feel like in the process, this is actually something that is helping you on a sort of psychological, mental, emotional level to let go of some of your old fears. So this is a very powerful thing that's happening right now. And it is, I repeat, active throughout the whole month, even though the transit itself is exact. The sextile between Neptune and Pluto is exact on the 16th. 15th of September, Venus squares Pluto. Give me 1 second, folks. September. Yes. 15th of September, Venus squares Pluto. Okay, so you might also feel this energy the day before, the day after. There's a weird interaction that's going on with someone in the workspace. Maybe you discover that they've made a mistake. Maybe you discover, or you kind of hear on the grapevine some information that you were not supposed to hear. Maybe it's gossip, maybe it's not, maybe it's a rumor, maybe it's true. I mean, who knows at this point? I would be very cautious in terms of opening up the conversation around this, because you might get some really strong opposition from this person. Maybe you've discovered that they've made a really big mistake, but their tendency might be to cover their back and to throw you under the bus. So before you address this issue head on, or before you open up the conversation around it, I would actually gather more data, more facts, more information. Is there a chance that around this time you might completely transform your relationship with someone on the health front or on the work front? Yes. On the health front, I mean, you might break up, let's put it this way, with your massage therapist, or with whoever it is that's been helping you on your health journey. So you might go to someone else. On the professional side of things, I believe you will maybe on the inside decide to no longer help someone or work with someone. Try to avoid them as much as possible in the day-to-day work life side of things. Once more, I said it, I'm going to say it again. You don't necessarily have to make it a big thing. You don't necessarily have to make a big announcement. I feel like this could be a silent decision. Could it be the right decision? I believe so for the most part. There is also a chance someone might cancel on you at the very last minute. Maybe a meeting around the 15th of September. Someone might disappear at the very last moment. I mean, not literally, but they might not show up. And if you were relying on a certain supplier for your work, you might need to find a different supplier. Maybe they're going out of business, something along those lines. Mercury opposes Saturn 18th of September, frustrating conversations, especially in the workspace. You don't necessarily seem to reach an agreement. Also, tough but necessary conversations happening around money and finances. Does it hurt you to say what you have to say? Yes, maybe. Is the other person upset? Very possibly, but that doesn't make it a reason for you not to address a specific issue that could have even greater consequences if it is not addressed. The sun goes into Libra in your second house of value, self-worth, and income on the 23rd of September. So it will illuminate this sector for the next month. Again, lots of focus on money, finances, values, what is valuable, what is worthy to you, and what is worthy of your time, energy, and attention. 26th of September, active 3 days before, 3 days after. We've got a full moon in Aries. We've got a culminating point on your financial axis. Maybe you're paying off debts, taxes, loans. Maybe you are hearing some really good news from your boss, from your company, and you're thinking, woohoo, this is fantastic. I'm going to get a big bonus and I'm going to be able to pay off any outstanding debt. If you've applied for any sort of bursary or financial support, there could be some really good news coming in on this front as well. Maybe, I don't know, you've applied for government funding for your NGO or something along those lines. Essentially, it feels like the news of a financial nature that's coming in is probably going to help you achieve your goals in some shape or form. I feel like a crisis is over from a financial perspective, maybe because you're getting paid more, maybe you're making more money, maybe you're changing your job, maybe you're putting up your prices, whatever it is, you seem to be no longer so stressed about financial issues. There's also a possibility that a source of financial stress coming from a partner, be it a business partner or a life partner, I mean, it doesn't matter, is wrapping up. It's coming to a close as well. So things are kind of settling in unexpectedly, like really nicely from a financial perspective at this point in time. If you were hoping that the bank would approve your mortgage, if they were supposed to approve your, I don't know, loan, so you would take that money and inject it into, do people say that? I don't know, invest it into the business. If you were hoping that you'd get a yes from the bank, you are probably getting a yes. I will say this. One recommendation that I do have, my dear Virgos, is to use any money that comes from others very wisely and to not kind of throw it out, not the window, but spend it very quickly, I'd say. Last but not least, I feel like you're facing a fear around this time, and you're doing this. You're doing it scared. I mean, that's why it's a fear. You're doing it anyway, and it seems to pay off beautifully in terms of your work, potentially, in terms of your money, in terms of your reputation, in terms of your public image. So sometimes it is very much worth facing our fears head on. Mars, 20th of September, goes into Leo in your 12th house, all the way until the 25th of November. I mean, there could be lots of things going on behind the scenes. I'm not gonna lie, I don't necessarily like this transit when it comes to your sleep. It might sometimes wake you up at night. There could also be things going on behind the scenes with colleagues, cousins, siblings, and that doesn't mean that you have to like stress out or worry about them. But I would keep an open mind, especially in November, around maybe some issues, some kind of unexpected emergencies coming in from these people in your life. Is there also a chance that someone who is a colleague might be sort of sabotaging you or kind of working behind your back throughout this period? Yes. Now, I don't mean that as in, oh, you now have to be super paranoid and skeptical and watch your back and be like, oh, who is trying to sabotage me? But if you sense anything a little bit off with someone, it wouldn't hurt to check. It wouldn't hurt to sort of keep a closer eye on them. Sun in Libra trines Uranus on the 20th of September. You're standing out, you're shining in a professional setup, in a public setup, and I think you're actually quite surprised because you didn't necessarily think you would be seen or valued or appreciated for some of these qualities or this input that you're bringing at this moment in time. Mercury, your chart ruler, on the 30th of September goes into Scorpio in your third house all the way until the first week of December. This will include a retrograde period. Virgos, lots of focus on communication, writing, speaking, speeches, maybe composing things, maybe dealing with paperwork, admin stuff, logistics, project management, sales, networking, pretty much throughout this entire period. So from the end of September until the first week of December. I mean, I will say, Mercury generally likes to transit the third house because, of course, there is a little bit of an affinity between the third house, Gemini, Mercury, etc. I know they're not the same. I know there will be some people in the comments saying, oh, no, do not conflate the meanings of the houses and the signs and the planets. I know all of that. What I'm saying is that there is a little bit of an affinity between them. They are not the same. One point that I want to make, Virgos, is whatever it is that you need to focus on mentally, I would start focusing on it as early as the end of September. Be it your thesis, be it writing a presentation, be it writing a book, be it composing music, be it passing an exam. I would recommend focusing on it as early as the end of September because end of October, Mercury is going to go retrograde. Now, that could be a good time to sort of go back over the material that you've learned about or maybe written yourselves, but this is your time to kind of fully immerse yourselves and to use the energy of Mercury being direct also. That is Virgos. My dear Libras, Libra suns and Libra risings. September, what does it have in store for you? Well, the month begins with a square between Mars and Saturn. So on the 1st of September, but you're also probably going to feel it maybe a couple of days before, a couple of days after. Mars transiting your 10th house of career is going to be squaring Saturn in the 7th house of partnerships, collaborations, but also opposition. Now, I gotta say, Libras, if you have on a professional level some sort of a rival, some sort of an opponent, someone who is, well, openly against you in some shape or form. I mean, it could be the competition, okay? Let's say you have your own business and you've got some very clear competitors out there. I believe that you are in a very, very good position at this point to score a win against your competitors in some shape or form. Maybe to make an announcement that kind of destabilizes them a little bit. So maybe you are launching an exciting new service, an exciting new product, and your competition is thinking, oh my gosh, that is going to be hard to beat. Now, this is also a very good time, Libras, to take action on the career side of things, on the professional side of things, to take action to overcome some sort of an existing blocker when it comes to your career progress. What do I mean by that? If, let's say, your progress has been delayed by someone dragging their feet, by someone being not as cooperative as you would have liked them to be, this is your time to say, okay, I'm going to take some action. I'm going to reach out to them. I'm going to kind of poke at them, so to speak, because we cannot be stagnant any longer. So you are supported in kind of getting on the other side of an impediment, of an obstacle. Now you might be thinking, Mars and Saturn, these two planets, they are considered the malefics in astrology, and malefic doesn't necessarily mean bad. I'm not going to get into a super long explanation as to why that is. You might be thinking, Rux, but surely there's also some difficulty coming up with this aspect, and the answer is yes. You might experience some difficulties. In what respect? Now, difficult does not mean bad. A lot of good things can come from difficult places, okay? You may experience some difficulties in terms of getting along, in terms of reaching an agreement, in terms of getting on the good side of someone in a position of authority in your life. Now, again, this could be on the professional side of things, but it could also be in your relation with, let's say, a mentor or someone that you look up to, someone that you hold in high regard, okay? As much as you're trying, and I do believe you're trying quite hard, this person, this individual is being quite resistant. Now, that doesn't mean that they won't eventually give in. They probably will, but they might be resistant because they feel like things are moving too fast. So they might need some reassurance that they're still they're worried about control. So maybe you can give them a little bit of reassurance around them still being in control, around their money, their resources, being safe and secure. Speaking of money and resources, 1st, 2nd of September, the moon is going to be transiting Taurus in your 8th house, which is the house of other people's resources. So if someone that you're interacting with, beginning of the month, is kind of saying no, they're like almost like rejecting you, maybe you need to approach the topic of money, finances, assets, and how their financial situation is going to be impacted if they go along with you for the ride. Because if they realize, actually, this is a good thing for them, this is a good thing for their finances, they might cave in sooner rather than later. 3rd, 4th of September, the moon will be transiting Gemini late on the 3rd. So on the 3rd of June, on the 3rd of September, the moon will be catching up to Uranus in Gemini. Essentially, you're out of a tight spot throughout these couple of days. You seem to be out of a tight spot, Libras, when it comes to a maybe career matter, a reputational matter, and things are finally flowing a lot easier and maybe a lot faster than you expected them to flow. They're flowing a lot easier in your relation with a mentor, an authority figure, maybe even a boss, maybe an in-law. That's also a possibility. This is also a really lovely time, so 3rd, 4th of September, to go out to maybe a museum, attend a cultural event, maybe get together with people who can inspire you in some shape or form. It feels like you may have quite a bit to learn from people or ideas that you kind of are exposed to around these few days. Until the 10th of September, Venus, which is your chart ruler, is going to be transiting Libra still. Now, this is lovely. I've mentioned it before because this transit actually kicked off in August. This is probably one of your best times. So until the 10th still, it's probably one of your best times throughout the year to invest in yourselves, to look after yourselves, to give yourselves some much needed love. Now, that can also be in the form of treating yourselves, maybe going for, I don't know, like a lovely haircut, maybe updating your wardrobe potentially. In general, Venus transiting your 1st house might also make you very, well, attractive. I mean, of course, Venus is your chart ruler, but subjectively speaking, others might also find you quite attractive. That's not necessarily purely in a romantic sense of the word, of the term. Although, if you are looking for romance, this is a very good time to put yourselves out there, let's say. You might also feel very attractive, however, until the 10th of September, in terms of people coming to you with opportunities, offers, maybe even gifts. I will put it out there. How should you use that? I don't know. Use it wisely, Libras. Use it to your advantage. If you need to charm the socks off of anyone, then Venus is on your side. And I do also particularly like the 3rd, 4th of September, when the moon is going to be in an air sign, and in whole sign houses, it will make a harmonious aspect with this Venus in Libra as well. Now, 10th of September, Venus goes into Scorpio in your 2nd house of income. To me, it looks like your focus shifts all the way until, Venus is going to be here for some time. I'm not going to get into it now because in October, actually, Venus is still going to be in Scorpio and it's going to go retrograde. So for now, from the 10th of September until the end of the month and throughout a big chunk of October, it looks like your focus is shifting on financial matters, on budgeting, expenses, costs, etc. Is this a good period to kind of utilize to figure out what works for you from a budgeting perspective? What doesn't work for you? Do you need to cut out costs? Do you need to maybe reallocate some money, some of your budget someplace else? Do you need to reevaluate what is currently important to you and how your monthly budget, let's say, reflects that? Food for thought, food for thought. This is a very good time to attract more income, to attract more clients. If, again, you are working for yourselves, let's say if you have your own business or if you're a freelance, my dear Libras, it is also a very good time throughout the month of September from the 10th onwards to ask for a raise. So if you would like that to happen, go ahead, by all means. Mercury goes into Libra also on the 10th of September, all the way until the 30th of September when it moves into your 2nd house of income and self-worth in Scorpio. Mercury transiting your 1st house is going to help you find the right words at the right time. And boy, are you going to be, you're going to be brimming with ideas and the right words and the right solutions, and you're going to have probably some brilliant, genius ideas and moments when you feel like speaking up. I would recommend speaking up at these following moments. So let me flag a few dates to you. First and foremost, the 12th of September, also maybe a day before, a day after, maybe a couple of days before, a couple of days after, when Mercury is trining Pluto. So 12th of September, this is exact. Mercury trining Pluto is telling me that you are seeing things under the surface. So your mind is working extra hard to analyze what's going on under the surface, and you're figuring out what was buried, what was kind of really inaccessible for others to see, and you may feel like you've found some sort of golden nugget of information. This is a superb aspect for anything that requires you to use the mind for research, for investigation, but also that requires you to use your intellectual abilities to solve some sort of a puzzle. Let's say Mercury Pluto in a harmonious aspect, and especially because Pluto's transiting your 5th house, is telling me that you may be able to create something very powerful. And please pay attention to the word create, my dear Libras. You may be able to create something very powerful through the use of words. So that can be in the form of creative self-expression, such as, I don't know, writing a story, writing fiction, creating a presentation. Very, very important conversations may happen around this time, around the 12th of September, with children, but also with romantic partners. Conversations about very deep topics. So topics such as death, for example, topics such as, well, secrets, money, power, danger, survival, all of that. The good news is that Mercury is on your side, and I repeat, this time you know exactly what to say to make the other person feel safe. You're very good at extracting information from the other person, and they feel also really understood by you, my dear Libras. I apologize, I've got something in my eye. If you're thinking, what is she doing with her eyes? Something got into my eye. I think it's gone now. Also on the 12th of September, though, Mercury will oppose Neptune. So you are very sharp in terms of how your mind is functioning, incredibly sharp. And you're seeing through facades and appearances. You may also notice that someone is not being very honest with you. So Mercury opposing Neptune is telling me you are reading through someone's illusions, potentially someone's lies. You might also be reading through someone's pain. So they might be trying to hide their pain, and you're like, no, I can tell what's going on here. I can tell what's happening underneath the surface. 14th of September, active. I want to say a day before, a day after. At least Mercury trines Uranus. Genius. Like this is a time for genius ideas. It's like lightning bolt moment, light bulb, aha moments, bam, you get the inspiration. You have some superb ideas, some brilliant ideas. And I recommend speaking up. You will impress others with your innovative way of thinking. And I don't necessarily believe that that's why you should speak up. I think you should speak up because you feel that strong sense of guidance from maybe a higher power, maybe from divinity. This is a day of fantastic news when it comes to your educational path, when it comes to your connection with the divine, when it comes to spiritual matters, when it comes to traveling, when it comes to legal matters as well. If you need to schedule something or if you need to talk in a legal setup, I would recommend using pretty much the entire period between the 12th until the 15th of September. Mercury is also the ruler of your 12th house. I want to say that between the 12th until the 15th, you may have this, I repeat, light bulb moment where you realize how you have been sabotaging yourselves, Libras. And that is a very powerful, thing, because a lot of what we live through is created in the mind. So when the mind wakes up, it's like, wow, I am free, I am relieved, I can create something else using my mind. I can allow other ideas and philosophies to guide me moving forward. And speaking of philosophies, you do seem to be experiencing a shift in terms of your worldview, your belief system, and your mentality, my dear Libras, especially around the 14th of September, maybe also a day before, a day after. So this Mercury in your first house is doing lots of things, lots of cool things for the most part. Uranus is going to go retrograde also on the 10th of September. My dear Libras, pretty much from the end of April, Uranus has been transiting your 9th house. Take the time over the next few months to step back and ask yourselves, how has my worldview, how has my life philosophy, how has my belief system shifted? Because you have probably experienced some big changes on this front. 10th, 11th of September, depending on where you're based in the world, we've got a new moon in Virgo in your 12th house, sextiling Mars in your 10th house of career. So this is actually a very good time to start working on something behind the scenes, and it could very well be something connected with your career. It could also be something connected with maybe a partnership, a collaboration that you potentially want to keep hidden for now. You could be helping someone, I gotta say, or you could be working for someone from a professional perspective behind the scenes. So maybe, I don't know, you're picking up an extra gig, maybe, possibly, I don't know, up to you, my dear Libras. You may also well, kick off some sort of a process of dealing with an institution. So maybe you're starting to, I don't know, work for the government or work with an institutional player in some shape or form. Mercury, which is the ruler of this new moon, is trining Uranus. It's making a harmonious aspect to Pluto in your 5th house. You are on fire in terms of how your mind is working. You are brimming with ideas. You are very inspired. It feels like you are connecting with some really important knowledge. You're going to have the opportunity to utilize this knowledge and these ideas that you have in ways that you don't even fully see yet, but in ways that may very well change your life, especially in terms of you working with others, but also in terms of how you are seen in the world. The one thing that's also going on is Mercury is opposing Neptune. Not everyone is going to get what you're doing. That's why you might keep things under wraps. This new moon is also a very good time to kick off a new process of healing, to maybe initiate something on the mental health side of things. So if there is anything that you've wanted to work on that front, by all means, go ahead. The entire month, Neptune is sextiling Pluto. Neptune in your 7th house is sextiling Pluto in the 5th house. So this is exact on the 16th, but I repeat, you're feeling it throughout the entire month. Lots of major, I said it before, I'm going to say it again. Major changes happening in terms of your partnership sector, your collaborations with others, your work with others on a one-to-one level. Big changes also happening in your romantic life. Now, for those of you who are single, of course, astrology, by the way, is symbolic. So it does not predict concrete material manifestation. So if you're single, if you don't want to date anyone, that's absolutely totally fine. Then the Neptune Pluto sextile can manifest as maybe others offering you inspiration, or you picking up inspiration and ideas from others that you can utilize in your creative outlets, that you can maybe utilize in your time that you engage with your passions and hobbies. From a romantic perspective, though, this is a lovely sextile to be experiencing because to me it feels like your idea of your principles, your ideas around love are shifting. And as a result, you're also maybe letting go of what is no longer serving you in partnerships. Now, 15th of September, active day before, day after, Venus is squaring Pluto. I mean, I'm going to say, you might uncover some, oh God, how can I put it? You might uncover some dirt on someone. It could be some secret on maybe someone that you've been dating, or on someone that you are collaborating with on the creative side of things, or on someone that you are maybe spending time with when you're engaging in a passion or a hobby. So let's say you play tennis with someone and you find out that they've been doing something naughty in their life. I don't know if it's it's going to be up to you to decide if it's worth sharing this with them or confronting them. If you do bring it up, they might deny it, or they might retreat, or they might not feel ready for some sort of an open conversation. Is this really a deal breaker? I have no clue. This is also a very good time to maybe look at how can they be hidden? Maybe they can be hidden because you're not aware of them. Maybe look at ways in which your budget is being drained by things that you are not paying attention to. And maybe also look at ways in which you can sort of alter your budget, alter your expenses to make sure that your money goes towards what's really important to you, what really makes you happy. I mean, you may have an aha moment where you realize you've got a very expensive hobby and you're thinking, oh boy, I need to get rid of other costs so that I can invest in this super expensive hobby. So see where the drain on your resources is, my dear Libras. You might, if you have children, you might also decide to change the way in which you sort of spend money on children, or revisit how much money you spend on children. So that could come up. 18th of September, Mercury opposes Saturn. Now, this is a bit of a tricky day because You're coming with the best of intentions, and you might also feel the energy the day before, the day after. You're coming with the best of intentions to someone to maybe address a sticky topic, a sticky matter, and they are not prepared to hear what you have to say. They might even make themselves unavailable. Now, this could be a conversation that you need to have with a partner, with a parent, with a child, with a business partner. Give them a little bit of time. Give them a little bit of time. I mean, just because they're not ready now, or just because they say, no, I don't want to talk about this, or no, this is a non-negotiable for me, that doesn't mean that they won't change their mind later. They might. 23rd of September, Libra season begins. So the sun goes into Libra in your first house, especially for Libra risings. For the next month, it is bringing a ton of life force and energy and vitality your way. And you are probably going to feel way more in the spotlight than you have felt so far. 26th of September, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got a full moon in Aries, activating your first house, 7th house axis. This full moon is ruled by Mars in your 10th house of career, public status, and public reputation. And the sun is trining Pluto, and it's also making a harmonious aspect to Uranus. So this is a time of major clarity in terms of where you want a partnership to head towards. It does feel like you are a little bit at a crossroads from a partnership standpoint. So you may need to decide, do I continue working with this person? It could be that you are revisiting whether it's worth investing in a business partnership or not. This could be the time when you hear back from an important client, from an important business partner. Now, if you don't hear news that makes you the happiest, it's possible that there might be something that they say that is disappointing to you, because the moon is going to conjunct Neptune. If you hear anything that is disappointing to you, if they say, oh no, we can't work together anymore, or oh no, this can't go on anymore, to me it looks like you are pretty busy. You are plenty busy with investing your time, your energy, your ideas, and your resources into other people, other connections, other partnerships. It is a very good time to have important conversations with significant people in your life, my dear Libras. This full moon can also bring the end of a conflict, the conflict that maybe you've been sort of, I want to say engaging in, but I feel like you've been trying to back out of it, but the other person has been, no, I want to keep the war going. This full moon can spell the end of a conflict because the other person is giving up. They're kind of seeing sense into why it would be wiser to negotiate some sort of a peace treaty with you. You may feel very proud, Libras, of your ability to, I want to say, talk people out of maybe a genuinely destructive thing that they've been doing. Mars goes into Leo in your 11th house until the 25th of November. That happens on the 28th of September. So to me, it looks like you're going to be putting lots of energy, and I mean lots of energy, into your social life. There's going to be plenty of opportunities to go out, catch up with friends, be socially active, maybe also spend some money on social outings, on plans with friends, with groups of people. I love the 28th of September in general because the sun will also trine Uranus exactly. So if there was a good time to go out, connect with friends, and maybe you might receive actually some really unexpected invitations to say yes to them around the 28th of September. I would go out there, put yourselves out there, Libras. My dear Scorpios, Scorpio suns and Scorpio risings. September of 2026. What is going on in the sky, my dear Scorpios? Well, the month kicks off, so literally on the 1st of September, with a Mars-Saturn square. You might feel this energy also a couple of days before, a couple of days after. What is this telling me, Scorpios? You are frustrated. You're frustrated with someone dragging their feet. It could be someone in the workspace. It could be someone that is supposed to offer you a service. It could be someone in the medical sphere. So they are absolutely dragging their feet. Is it a good idea to reach out to them, to poke at them, to say, hey, come on, Let's get going. Let's move faster. Yes, I actually believe that it is a good idea to do this, but don't expect, just because you're reaching out, don't expect them to be very friendly about it or very happy about it. They might be like, oh no, this takes however long it takes. So let's say you're frustrated with a colleague because it's taking them forever to finish a report, and you're saying, come on, I gotta wrap this up. You are holding me back. They might say something along the lines of, oh, I'm super busy. Oh, you are not in charge of my schedule. Go away. I still believe it's worth adding, I don't necessarily want to say extra pressure to their plate, but making them aware of the fact that you are being delayed by them. So let them know. Let them know. Otherwise, you're going to be building up a lot of frustration on the inside. You may feel like you're about to boil over. And I repeat, I'm not saying that communication is fully going to resolve it immediately, but it is lighting up a little bit of a fire underneath their backside. Let's put it this way, Scorpios. 1st, 2nd of September also, the moon is transiting through Taurus in your 7th house of partnerships and relationships. I actually believe that these couple of days are really nice for you to maybe allocate, if you can, to spending time with a partner, to maybe cooking for a partner or letting them cook for you. In general, I believe that people are going to want to, how should I put it? They're going to want to help you calm down a little bit. And you may benefit from that because someone is pushing you to the end of your tether, which we have talked about. 3rd, 4th of September, the moon is going to be transiting your 8th house. To me, it feels like you're going to be focusing on matters connected with maybe taxes, credit cards, debts, expenses. There might be a last-minute expense that you have to handle. Maybe something that you forgot to pay. I mean, if you're watching this before September comes around, especially around the 1st, 2nd of September, think really long and hard. Have I forgotten to pay for anything so that you don't have to pay late payment fees or penalties or whatever they're called. On the 10th of September, Venus is moving into Scorpio in your 1st house. This is going to be quite a long transit, my dear Scorpios, because in October, Venus is going to go retrograde, and we're going to talk about that in the October horoscope. Yes, you guessed it. But essentially, Venus is going to be in Scorpio all the way until the 25th of October. So, pretty much from the 10th of September until the 25th, you are becoming extra charming, extra charismatic, extra attractive, way more magnetic than usual. And there is something about Scorpio risings that is generally very magnetic. I mean, it's maybe that feeling that people get around Scorpio risings, that there's more to them than meets the eye. The air of mystery is very attractive, but it can also be very intimidating. You are becoming a little bit less intimidating and more mysterious and magnetic and attractive throughout this period. Venus is also the ruler of your 7th house of relationships. Now, I would obviously recommend taking advantage of this period if you are looking to go into a partnership, if you're looking to meet someone, if you're looking to date. Please, by all means, take advantage of this period. And I will say, it is my recommendation to take advantage of it, especially before Venus goes retrograde, which is going to be on the 3rd of October. You may also feel like others come to you throughout this period, Scorpios, with whatever it is that you want or need. So it's going to be very important, maybe, for you to, how should I put it, to decide. This is going to sound I don't know, maybe it's going to sound good, maybe it's going to sound bad. It might sound bad. To decide what it is that you need from others. What could others bring in terms of benefits in your life? And if you're getting into that sort of mindset of like, you know what, it would be fantastic if someone came to me with like a, I don't know, like a job offer or like an invitation to a certain event, you may literally notice that people kind of, they're drawn to you and they're like, hey, here you are, here you go. Like I thought of you. You just crossed my mind when this invitation came along. So this is a really nice transit for you, my dear Scorpios. Please resist the urge. I mean, I say that, but obviously you have free will. If I were in your shoes, I would resist the urge to get involved in some sort of entangled connection with someone, but up to you. I mean, we know Scorpio loves a little bit of drama in their life, and I say that with a lot of love because I do have, as a Cancer rising, Scorpio is the sign that covers my 5th house, which is the house of enjoyment. So I say all of this with a lot of love, not judgment, Scorpios. Also on the 10th of September, Mercury goes into your 12th house. I actually believe that you're doing a lot of writing, reading, maybe behind the scenes. You're maybe even like talking to someone behind the scenes. Maybe you're talking to someone that you're thinking, maybe I'm not supposed to talk to this person. You might be getting, so Mercury is going to be here all the way until the 30th of September. You might be getting, I want to say, messages through your dreams even. So I would recommend maybe keeping a journal, maybe writing things down as you wake up. Now Mercury is also the ruler of your 11th house of friends. I do want to put it out there. There might be quite a few things that are happening this month, my dear Scorpios, with your friends. Some of them you might find out about randomly, suddenly, randomly, unexpectedly. Some of them you might find out because they're coming to you and they're saying, hey, this is what's going on with me. But they might ask you to keep whatever they're telling you, to keep it a secret. You are obviously a Scorpio or a Scorpio ascendant. You're very good at keeping secrets. So I'm just putting that on your radar. 10th, 11th of September, we've got a new moon in Virgo happening in your 11th house of friends. So ruled by Mercury in your 12th house in Libra. So indeed, to me, it feels like this new moon is bringing fresh starts, new beginnings in your life when it comes to friends, friendships, alliances, groups, communities, organizations that you're a part of. Now, these fresh starts, these new beginnings could be connected with a friend, like an individual, and you might hear from them. They might say, okay, I'm about to quit my job. I'm about to go on maternity leave. They might say that they have gotten pregnant. So it could be like a really exciting thing that's going on, but again, with a level of secrecy. At the same time, you may also hear news regarding communities, groups, organizations that you're a part of that involve some sort of a dissolution. So something is changing within the organization. Maybe a leader is leaving. Maybe someone else is stepping up. So there is an element of release here. Now, this new moon is also a very good time for you Scorpios to set up new goals, new objectives for yourselves, especially goals and objectives in terms of what it is that you want to work on, to let go of, to release. Do you want to clean up your life? Do you want to kick to the curb an unhealthy habit? Do you want to give up smoking? Do you want to give up sugar? I always give the sugar example. Up to you to decide. If it's healthier to give it up, then by all means you do have support around this time. The new moon is in a harmonious aspect to Mars, so I feel like something has also shifted at a mentality and belief system level that is giving you that extra kind of boost of confidence and energy to go ahead with this goal, with this plan. Mercury is going to be opposing Neptune also at the time of the new moon, so that's why I think Neptune is in your 6th house. That's why I think you might be getting rid of an unhealthy habit. That's what I believe. Now, 12th of September, also active day before, day after, Mercury is trining Pluto in your fourth house of home, family, and living situation. And a little bit later on the 14th of September, active day before, day after, Mercury is trining Uranus. Essentially, Mercury in Libra is going to be trining Pluto and trining Uranus pretty much from the kind of 12th, maybe 11th until the 15th. You're going to feel this energy. There are some really important things happening in your private life, Scorpios. What are they? So you could be making the commitment. You could be deciding, you know what, I am going to do a massive purge in my life. I'm going to get rid of things that I no longer need. I'm going to do a thorough kind of cleanup in my life. I'm going to get rid of all the stuff that I haven't been using. I'm going to sell them or donate them or just kind of make sure that they are exiting my life. There's also a very high chance that you might be having some life-altering, mentality-altering, future-altering conversations with family members, friends, so people very close to you, friends that feel like family potentially. You might also dig out buried, hidden, life-altering information regarding your family, your past, your country, your ancestors, your land. And to me, it feels like this changes everything. It changes the way that you see your future. It changes your relationship with your family and your past and your roots. It changes how you feel and think about topics that have historically maybe caused you insomnia, anguish, fear. There is a chance that you could also be talking about some really practical matters with your family. It is a good time to talk about that. Practical matters involving property, land, inheritance, legacy, wills, taxes, debt, all of that. New ideas are coming up in this direction also, so you might be coming with some really good suggestions, or family members might be coming with some really good suggestions, and it feels like things can be done in a different way, in a novel way. Is there a chance that an agreement might be reached around maybe getting rid of a property, selling a property, or moving into a new property around this time, even though you're probably not physically moving into a new property around this time? The answer is yes. The whole month, but it is exactly on the 16th of September, Neptune is sextiling Pluto. So to me, this is saying that there are also bigger forces at play in your life, kind of giving you a nudge towards transforming your personal life, maybe transforming the way that you live, transforming maybe the kind of setup that exists at home currently for you Scorpios. So this is a very good time to take advantage of these energies and say, okay, what do I want to change in my personal life? Who do I need to talk to? Let's go. 15th of September, active day before, day after, Venus is squaring Pluto. A very, very significant relationship, let's call it, a significant relationship with a family member, an ancestor, someone close to you, is going through a transformation of sorts. Now, this may be connected with the fact that a secret is coming to the surface. So maybe you are uncovering a secret. Maybe someone is coming to you voluntarily out of their own, basically out of their own volition and saying, okay, I got to tell you something. This is big. This is going to change the relationship that you have with your grandfather, for instance. That may very well happen. Chiron on the 18th of September is leaving Taurus, so it's leaving your 7th house of relationships, and it is coming back into your 6th house, which is the house of day-to-day work and health. So there's still some sensitive kind of topics that you need to handle on the health front potentially. By the way, this is not health advice. Please take the advice of your doctor if anything comes up. You might also kind of handle some sticky topics on the work side of things. The 18th of September, active day before, day after, is also the day when Mercury is opposing Saturn. So difficult conversations are happening in the workspace. You might feel I'm going to say to an extent, a little bit defeated. I think defeated is the word. You're disappointed or pessimistic or feeling defeated after talking to someone in the workspace. You might also be feeling a bit disappointed and defeated by something that you find out connected with, I mean, it could be a variety of things, but it could be a health-related matter, or it could be a home and family-related matter. Essentially, you need to find an alternative solution. That's what I believe you may need to do. This could also be a day, and maybe also the day before, the day after, the 18th of September, when you have to do some very boring, and I mean boring work, and it could be work connected with your job, but it could also be work connected with your home life. So maybe you have to engage in some super boring chores or tasks. 23rd of September, Libra season begins. It's going to activate your 12th house, so the sun goes into Libra. So it will illuminate the behind the scenes aspect of your life for the next month, but also there's a bit of a focus placed on topics such as mental health, your subconscious, sleep, dreams, all of that. 26th of September, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got a full moon in Aries. A culminating point in your work life. Maybe you're wrapping up an important project. Maybe you are traveling for work purposes. Maybe you have to make a decision work-wise. You might also need to make a decision on the health side of things. You may hear news coming in regards to your health sector. I repeat, this is not medical advice. Please take the advice of the doctor. It is possible that the news that you're getting, or that the information that you're getting, is kind of prompting you to make a big change in terms of your habits, in terms of what you do on a day-to-day basis. If you've been consistent, intentional, if you've been paying really close attention to diet, routines, etc., then it could be that this full moon is kind of getting you one step closer to being rid of a health-related issue. If you have not been intentionally focusing on your health, then this full moon could be saying, hey, this is not working. You might need to revisit these habits. I believe that you are experiencing also some sort of a shift in mentality when it comes to your health, but maybe also when it comes to your work and when it comes to what you do on a day-to-day basis. So sometimes you might realize that less is more. Sometimes, no matter how hard you try or you push for change, things just take however long they take, and they do not move faster just because you want to move faster, my dear Scorpios. You may also make a decision regarding a job, whether you want to stay, whether you want to go, whether you have something else more exciting lined up, whether you are accepting or not, maybe a job that will take you away from home, that will ask of you to relocate. Big decisions. Mars goes into Leo in your house of career until the 25th of November. On the 28th of September, I mean, Mars is your chart ruler. Transiting through Leo, it is basically going to prompt you to be very active, direct, outspoken, and the one that kind of essentially makes decisions when it comes to your career sector, when it comes to your professional life. So you're going to be in charge of things. You may also be in charge of kicking off new projects from a professional standpoint. You may feel like you have to be more in the spotlight. So you're getting extra exposure. Career or no career. I mean, it could very well be career related, but even if you are not working, for example, it could feel like you're getting more exposure in the public sphere throughout this period. Also, 28th of September, if anything is extracted from your life, I'm going to say it. If anything exits your life, a partnership, an alliance, an old job, let it get out of your life, because you are not losing much. On the contrary, you're probably going to feel relieved. 30th of September, Mercury goes into Scorpio in your first house until the first week of December. This is going to include a retrograde period from the end of October until the middle of November. Mercury wants you to speak up. And you might be thinking, what should I speak up about? By the way, you are probably going to be generally a lot more outspoken with Mercury transiting your first house. It's going to want you to speak up, but you're mostly going to feel this in October, let's face it. It's going to want you to speak up about crises, about secrets, about transformation, about other people's motives, other people's psychology, taxes, debts, investments potentially throughout this whole transit. And it will also probably nudge you to think about these things a lot more, my lovely Scorpios. Now let us move on to my dear Sagittarius. Sagittarius suns and Sagittarius risings. Sagittarians, September of 2026. What is going on? It's like, what's going on in the sky? There's action as per usual, my dear Sagittarians. So let us kick it all off with the 1st of September, when Mars is squaring Saturn. You might also feel this energy maybe a couple of days before, a couple of days after. Essentially, what seems to be happening here is someone wants to interfere, and you're not happy about it at all. Someone wants to interfere with something that you've been building, Sagittarians. It could be something that you've been building as, I don't know, like a side project. It could be your creative baby. It could be something that you're very passionate about and something that you're actually quite sensitive about as well. You're like, this is taking me a lot of work, a lot of effort. I need to defend it very closely. And someone's coming in and it's kind of, and they're saying, are you sure this is the right way to do it? Are you being are you being extra rigid? Maybe these are not the rules that you should be sticking to. Maybe you should be revisiting this this project. What can I say? I mean, the good news is that you're probably feeling very strongly about the way in which you're doing things, but you might be irritated with this person. And especially you might be irritated with them because it is someone that you love, maybe that you admire, maybe that you look up to, and you did not see this coming from them. The way in which I would handle the whole thing is I would essentially I mean, it's not your job. It's not our responsibility, obviously, to always think about, oh, what is this person going through? What's happening in their life? But I would essentially focus, or I would try to remember that maybe this person is going through something in their life and maybe they're projecting, or maybe they're trying to be helpful, but they're coming across a little extra strong, let's say. And you know what? Actually, if I were in your shoes, I would even take a bit of a step back and maybe ask them, do you need help with anything? Are you going through anything? I mean, that's probably going to catch them really off guard, but the reality is that they are probably going through something. Now, those of you who have kids, I feel like you're having some kind of challenging interactions with them around this time. They want more, I mean, they probably want more autonomy, and you're like, no, this whole autonomy thing isn't working out as well as you would like it to. Or it may be that you recognize how they're getting in their own way. Now, of course, if you have younger kids, obviously deal with that, Sagittarians. If you have older kids, I do believe it's important to remember that, I mean, as adults, we all have to go through our own trials and tribulations. We have to learn from our own experiences, from our own mistakes even, and parents can only do so much to warn us, to kind of give us advice, insights, share their own experiences. But parents, you cannot, unfortunately, you cannot protect your children from living their own lives. So acknowledge where you can be of help and where you need to take a bit of a step back. 3rd, 4th of September, the moon is transiting your 7th house. The focus is probably going to be on interactions with other people, relationships, partnerships, collaborations, and especially on the 3rd, someone might reach out with an unexpected piece of news. Maybe it asks of you to kind of change your schedule at the last minute, possibly, and to maybe meet them or travel together with them. So see what comes up, Sagittarians. But I would recommend being flexible around this, around the 3rd of September. Until the 10th of September, Venus is transiting Libra. I actually would recommend, if you can, taking advantage of this transit, because on the 10th, Venus goes into Scorpio. If you are getting invitations, if friends are reaching out, if you feel like reaching out to friends, if you maybe have the time, the energy, the mental resources to invest in friendships, alliances, networking, please use this Venus in Libra transit as much as you possibly can, because some really cool partnerships, some really good outcomes can come out of it. And also your relationships with friends, with your allies may very much benefit from your efforts. Now, if you're wondering, why am I doing this? This is saying la vacanza, but obviously it is September, so back to school, right? I am filming this in August in the middle of a proper heat wave here in the UK. So I don't know, it's like 36 degrees outside or something when I'm filming this. Oh, and in case you're wondering, no, we don't have aircon in the house yet. Maybe next year with these heat waves. 10th of September, Venus goes into your 12th house. Now, to me, it looks like, and by the way, this is going to be quite a long transit. Venus is going to be in Scorpio until the end of October. This Venus in Scorpio transit will also include a retrograde period. So pretty much until the end of September, beginning of October, Venus transiting your 12th house is saying, Sagittarians, if you need to take a break, if you need to go on holiday, if you need to relax, if you need to rest, if you need to focus maybe on your mental health, if you want to take care of yourselves, if you maybe want to do something that requires you to spend some time alone, to be more kind of private, please utilize this transit. So Venus is super helpful in this respect. Now, Venus is also, however, the ruler of your 6th house of day-to-day work and health. It feels like work might be taking a little bit of a step back. I mean, that doesn't mean that you're stopping work altogether, but things might be slowing down a little bit, or some things might not necessarily work out as you thought they would work out, maybe because others are not available, maybe because they're going on holiday, maybe because someone is kind of backing out of a project that you've been collaborating on. So there may be a few kind of bumps there, and people might surprise you sometimes, not necessarily in the best of ways. That doesn't mean that they have anything against you. It could just be that something genuinely comes up for them. Mercury also on the 10th of September goes into Libra in your 11th house. This is going to be a transit that lasts until the 30th of September. So Mercury is the ruler of your house of relationships and partnerships, Sagittarians. It is also the ruler of your house of career, public status, and public reputation. Boy, this is a lovely transit. I am going to say it. Several times I'm going to say it, because to me it feels like you are probably very much on the cusp of this month achieving some dreams, some goals, some important targets on the career side of things, on the partnership side of things, on the business partnership side of things, and it feels like other people are absolutely essential to you achieving these goals. So when I said, hey, beginning of the month, use the Venus and Libra transit to socialize, to network, to kind of strengthen alliances, this is paying off throughout the rest of September. And Mercury is there to give you the news. So, 10th, 11th of September, new moon in Virgo in your 10th house of career, public status, and public reputation. This new moon is ruled by Mercury in Libra in your 11th house. Mercury is going to be trining Uranus. It's going to be trining Pluto. We have a major fresh start on the career side of things, on the reputational side of things, I believe you've got a massive reason to celebrate here because you are kicking off an important project. Some of you might be receiving a promotion. Some of you might be starting a new job altogether. Some of you might be stepping into a new sector, into a new industry. Some of you might be launching a new business offering. Some of you may be stepping into the limelight as an important, maybe authority figure within a community of people. That doesn't necessarily have to be on the career side. It could also be that you're becoming, I don't know, like the spokesperson for an organization that you are a part of. Is this likely to be a great thing, Sagittarians? Should you say yes? If someone asks you, oh, do you want to be on the board of XYZ? Do you want to be the spokesperson? Do you want to be, I don't know, the organizer of events for this community of people? I would recommend saying yes. The reason being, you're going to meet very cool people. They are probably going to change your life for the better. They will change the way that you think for the better. They will inspire you like no one's business. You seem to come out a new person, essentially, out of your interactions with these people. You might also make some really cool friends, Sagittarians. And I know, obviously, you are a fire sign. You're very extroverted. You're quite outgoing. I mean, unless you have a lot of water in your chart, if you're a Sagittarius rising. But to me, it feels like this is a very significant event in terms of, so this new moon is it has the potential to be a very significant event in terms of your contribution to society, your place in the world, and also you being much closer, or you being pushed much closer, let's say, in a good way, in a nice way, towards your people, your tribe. You may feel like you are finding your tribe around this time. Is this a good time to make major business announcements? Is this a good time to say yes to something new, business-wise, career-wise, in terms of alliances? Is this a good time to speak in public, to launch something to a wider audience? The answer could not be a stronger yes. Now, there is a caveat, Sagittarians, and the caveat is kind of something that I've mentioned before. You're not doing any of these things on your own. So make sure that you have the important people for you, obviously, on your side. Make sure that you have good allies, make sure that you have friends, make sure that you have partners, make sure that you have the right team on your side. This is a new moon focused on teamwork, and boy, are you going to love this team. I mean, how many times can I say the word team? Watch me, Sagittarians. There is a caveat. Mercury, even though it's exact on the 12th of September, Mercury is going to oppose Neptune, but you will still feel it at the time of the new moon. Mercury, the ruler of the new moon, is opposing Neptune in your 5th house. So this fresh start that's coming up, so good in so many ways, but it is probably going to ask you to let go of, walk away from, dissolve in some shape or form. Maybe something that you enjoyed doing. Maybe you're going to have to let go of an existing passion or hobby. Not fully necessarily. Maybe you're just not going to have as much time as you have historically had to invest in this particular activity, let's say. There's also a possibility that around this time, 12th of September, active day before, day after, with Mercury opposing Neptune, that you are letting go of a romantic connection. You realize, I'm actually headed in a totally different direction, so I'm no longer going to be entertaining this person. I'm no longer going to be dating them. If you have to give news to children, if you have kids, about your career, about your work, I can also tell you, I mean, it could be because they would like to spend more time with you. Maybe the response that you're getting from them is not necessarily what you had expected. That doesn't mean that they aren't happy for you. It's just that they could be a bit disappointed because they're thinking about themselves. They're like, oh, how is this going to affect me? Mercury is making these superb aspects in September, my dear Sagittarians, and I want to flag to you, 12th of September, when Mercury is exactly trining Pluto, major transformations for the better on the career side of things, on the partnership side of things, on the relationship side of things. This could be the beginning of an exciting relationship, business collaboration, most likely. Also a time to have important conversations about the future with a significant other. 14th of September, active day before, day after, Mercury is trining Uranus. Really surprising, but good news coming in from a boss, a partner, a business partner, a coach, a mentor, an attorney, a friend. I would recommend saying yes to any invitations. I would recommend, if you feel like reaching out to someone, please do reach out to them, because what they get back to you with is probably going to surprise you in the best of ways. 15th of September, active day before, day after, Venus is squaring Pluto. Now, it could be that something is a little bit off with your car. I'm just going to say it. So if you need to drive to work, or if you need to drive anywhere really, I mean, I would essentially have a backup plan. That's pretty much it. If you're taking the train, if you're taking any other mode of transportation, it could be that the train is delayed, or it's canceled, or there is an incident on the, I don't know, like motorway. So it's possible that you may get to work late, or you might need to even cancel or postpone an important meeting. There's also a possibility that a cousin, a sibling, a neighbor maybe is sharing some information with you that is quite heavy, and they're also saying at the same time, please keep this to yourself. And it could be something to do with their work or with their health. Mercury, 18th of September, opposes Saturn. Difficult conversations with a friend, with maybe a child, maybe with a romantic partner, with a sibling possibly. I feel like the difficult conversations are around maybe the canceling of plans, changes of plans. Maybe you had promised someone, maybe you had promised a friend that you would go to their birthday, but now you're traveling for work and you can't make it to their birthday. You may have to postpone attending, or even like cancel altogether attending some sort of a party or social event. The other way around is also very possible. Someone might not be able to make it to your party or social event. Sun goes into Libra 23rd of September, so for the next month, even more activation of your 11th house. So social life is super active, lots of focus on friends, allies, connections, communities, groups of people that you're a part of. Full moon 26th of September, active 3 days before, 3 days after in Aries, activating your 5th house, 11th house axis. Now, I do believe that at this time, you could be it's a bittersweet full moon. You could be, on the one hand, celebrating something, on the other hand, saying goodbye to something. So you could be celebrating the end of a project, of a group project, an important creative project. Maybe it's coming to a close. You could also be saying goodbye maybe to a friend, a group of friends, maybe because you're changing jobs, maybe because you're, I don't know, like moving, or because life is taking you in a different direction. It could also be that a friend is being taken in a different direction in their life, and they're kind of gathering everyone together, and they're like, I am moving to another continent. Let's party together. I mean, I want to say one last time, but it's probably not going to be the last time. Maybe the last time for the foreseeable future. Let's all get together and party together and have fun and sort of say goodbye, essentially. If you're dating anyone, this is a bit of a make it or break it full moon, Sagittarians, just as an FYI. It could go either way. I'm going to say, if you have been dating maybe multiple people, I mean, if you're just kind of dating, you're not in a committed relationship, and you're just out there is a chance that you could totally walk away from someone whilst giving more time and attention and energy to another person. And that is because you are truly seeing a future with someone else. I wouldn't be surprised if some Sagittarians went through a breakup followed by an unexpected turn of events and a connection with someone on the romantic front that is also a friend, and you're like, oh my God, I never thought that I would be in a relationship with this person. I've known them since we were kids, and wow, now we are dating. There's also a possibility that around this time, children are wrapping up an important chapter in their lives. You could also hear about something that they've been trying to keep hidden from you, but now it's sort of coming to the surface. I don't believe you're mad at them if they have been hiding anything. I believe you can sort of see where they're coming from. But I also believe that together with maybe your significant other, if you have a spouse, and obviously if you have kids, you're kind of sitting down and you're deciding, okay, we're going to employ a different approach when it comes to dealing with the kids. Mars, 28th of September, goes into Leo in your 9th house until the 25th of November. You are probably going to put a lot of energy, and I mean a lot of energy, into traveling, dealing with legal matters, dealing with academic institutions. I do believe this is a good time to put energy into defending what you stand for, but especially in November, we're going to get to that. Choose your battles wisely. That's just my recommendation. The sun will trine Uranus. You are shining like no one's business in a sort of public setup. You are probably feeling very unexpectedly happy and lucky to have the people that you have around you, whether that is a very good friend, whether that is a really supportive partner, whether that is a really brilliant coach. You're like, I'm doing well. I'm lucky to have gathered these people around me. That's probably what you're saying to yourselves, Sagittarians. And Mercury goes into Scorpio 30th of September, all the way until the first week of December. Obviously, this is going to include a Mercury retrograde happening October, November. We're going to talk about that. There's going to be some things kind of happening behind the scenes in your relationship sector, in your partnership sector, but also maybe in your career sector for the next couple of months. But more on that in your October horoscope. My dear Capricorns, Capricorn suns and Capricorn risings. September. What is going on, Capricorns? Lots of things are happening. So let's kick off with the beginning. Obviously, 1st of September, Mars is going to be squaring Saturn in your 4th house of home, family, roots, and the past. You might also feel this energy a couple of days before, a couple of days after. Someone is, I'm going to say it, someone is getting on your nerves. Now, they might be getting on your nerves with the best of intentions. So I'm not questioning their intentions. They might kind of try to push you to do something that they think is good for you. They might try to rush you into handling a matter, and they're saying, come on, time is of the essence. So what are we waiting for? Go. There is a possibility that you might feel a tiny bit, not manipulated per se, but it may be that they are resorting to kind of a little bit of like emotional blackmail. And that will not fly with you, Capricorns. Instead of getting into a full-blown argument, which is kind of what the other person is expecting, and the other person could be a partner, they could be a parent, business partner maybe even. Instead of going into a full-blown conflict, I would recommend leaning on the moon, who is transiting through Taurus on the 2nd of September. Remind yourselves, and maybe remind the other person, that you have each other's best interests at heart, you care about each other, and even though you're going about some things differently in terms of speed, style, rhythm, rules, expectations, etc., that doesn't mean that you are not friends or allies. I don't necessarily believe that this is a friend. I think this is a partner or a parent or someone of that nature. But what I'm trying to say is remind them that you are on each other's team. You're on the same team. But yeah, maybe each of you has a team and it's bigger, and you are also on each other's team. I also believe that if someone is kind of acting out, at least that's how you might perceive it, okay, Capricorns, what they actually want. So they might come across as angry, but what they actually want is they want some affection, some care, some nurturance from you. So don't take things the wrong way. I mean, they might not have the best words to express that, but basically I think that's what they need, and that's what they are kind of sort of subconsciously expecting. As I said, 1st, 2nd of September, the moon is transiting your 5th house. I do believe that this is actually a good time to also enjoy yourselves, do something relaxing, maybe cook for someone that you love or have someone that you love cook for you. 3rd, 4th of September, the moon is going to be transiting your 6th house. Lots of focus on work, daily schedule, daily routines. Your to-do list is quite busy. There might be something that you need to do at the very last minute on the 3rd of September. Now, let me double check if this is a weekday. But it could be a weekday, it could be a weekend, let's say. Even if it's a weekend, oh no, it is a weekday. So, Capricorns, there may be something at the very last minute that you have to do for work. It just comes in out of nowhere. It's a sudden, random request, and you're thinking, oh boy, I thought that my day was over. It ain't over till it's over, you know? So one last client request, one last report to maybe send through. Until the 10th of September, I have mentioned this before, I know, but I'm going to mention it again because I think it's worthwhile. Venus is transiting your 10th house of career, public status, and public reputation. You are benefiting tremendously from this, or at least you have the opportunity to benefit tremendously from this. In what way? If you need to schedule important client meetings, I would schedule them until the 10th of September. If you need to ask for anything from a boss, from an authority figure, by all means, go ahead, because they're probably going to say yes until that time. If you need to participate, if you need to show your face, let's say, in a public sort of setup, maybe you are asked to take part in a conference as a speaker, or you are asked to head a meeting for your company. Once again, my recommendation would be to accept, to say yes, because your career, your status, your general kind of vocational path is going to benefit tremendously from you doing that, essentially, Capricorns. This is also a very good time to secure important partnerships and contracts and alliances with people on the business side of things, or people who can help you grow from a reputational standpoint. From a PR perspective, this is also a very, very good time. 10th of September, Venus goes into Scorpio in your 11th house. And I actually think you're going to like this transit as well, because the 11th house is an auspicious house and Venus is a benefic, even though, yeah, I know Venus doesn't really like it in Scorpio because it's Mars-ruled territory. Still, you're probably going to enjoy this time. So Venus transiting your 11th house, it kicks off on the 10th of September. This transit is active throughout the whole of September and for a big chunk of October. I would recommend saying yes to invitations to go out into the world, to socialize. You may win big off of this from a reputational perspective, from a status perspective, from a career perspective. This is a fabulous time to attend work-related events, because you're probably going to maybe improve alliances, secure new alliances. It is also a very good time, if we take work out of the equation, it's a very good time to catch up with friends, organize things for your friends, maybe be there for them if they're going through maybe some difficult things. You may make some new friends. I'm going to put it out there. It is possible that if you do attract new friends, it's probably because they are going through a similar set of challenges that you are going through, especially on the relationships and partnership side of things. Let's see. Mercury, also on the 10th of September, goes into Libra in your 10th house of career, public status, and public reputation. This is a lovely transit. Mercury is going to be here all the way until the end of September, all the way until the 30th of September. Why do I say that this is a lovely transit? Because, first and foremost, you're probably going to be asked to speak up in public I don't know, to hold speeches, make big presentations throughout the rest of September. Is it a good time to do so? Yes. Is it a good time to kind of take the floor and share your thoughts and share your views and share your opinions in a public sphere in general? So not just on the career front, but in general. The answer to that is also yes, Capricorns. Why? Because Mercury, I repeat, is going to make some really lovely aspects. So pretty much it's exact on the 12th of September, but you might feel it a day before, a day after. Mercury is going to be trining Pluto. So what you share in terms of views, thoughts, opinions, solutions in a professional setup seems to really, I want to say, increase your value or increase your worth. Now, it could be in the eyes of a boss, a leader, an authority figure. It could also be that you are very proud of what you have to share. Maybe you're getting some really good feedback, and all of a sudden your self-esteem is getting a massive boost. You're like, I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm saying. I'm like, of course you do. Of course you do. So I would take every opportunity to kind of speak up around the 12th of September, maybe also day before, day after. On the 14th of September, Mercury in your 10th house is trining Uranus. Sudden unexpected good news coming in on the work front, on the day-to-day sort of projects side of things. There could be some unexpected job offers coming your way, some unexpected good news connected with projects that you wanted to work on, and now you're like, hey, you are being assigned to these projects, and you are absolutely chuffed. You are absolutely buzzing. You do seem to be coming with some really exciting, innovative ideas, solutions, approaches in the work sphere around the 14th of September, maybe also day before, day after. And basically everything that's happening from the 11th until the 15th of September, I want to say, Capricorns, is putting you on the map in a big, 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 big way. Professionally, also in terms of your status and reputation in general. So I repeat, we can leave profession aside. The world is paying a lot of attention to what you have to say. And I recommend using this platform. I recommend using this time. I recommend also, if you have been experiencing some major aha moments in terms of ways of thinking, in terms of mentalities, beliefs, in terms of your approach to work, in terms of your worldview in general, if you feel like sharing this with the world, please share it, Capricorns. Please share these maybe aspects of your life with the world. You will be surprised to see how much good feedback you're getting, how people are kind of gravitating towards you, how they're looking up to you, and how you're forming some really important and auspicious partnerships and connections. Now, on the 10th of September, Uranus goes retrograde in your 6th house of day-to-day work and health. It is the time for you to take a bit of a step back and kind of analyze. How has your approach to work and health evolved? How has it been maybe disrupted and shaken up as of April, especially as of the end of April? I can tell you that the changes are going to continue, but this is a good time for you to reflect and say, okay, is there anything that I need to integrate in terms of the aha moments that I've had on this, well, on these two big life topics? 10th, 11th of September, depending on where you're based in the world, we're going to have a new moon in your 9th house, Capricorns, ruled by Mercury in your 10th house. So this new moon can bring exciting news from a legislation perspective that affect for the most part, in an auspicious way, your career, your company, your industry, the sector that you're in. This new moon can also bring into your life a fresh start that involves more traveling. Now, if that is the case, I can tell you that you're probably going to be traveling for work purposes. So maybe you have to travel to, I don't know, the new office that is being like opened in Singapore, for example, a lot more. It could also be symbolic, this fresh start that connects your work with foreign lands and foreign countries. So maybe indeed a new office is kind of opened up. I was about to say inaugurated, but I think that's the wrong kind of use of the word. Maybe a new office is going to be opened by your company in a different country, and you're starting to work with the team over there. I can tell you that you're probably going to hit it off with them fantastically, fantastically, fantastically. You might be so pleasantly surprised, so pleasantly surprised. Last but not least, this new moon is a very good time to kick off anything that you might need to do in your life, from an immigration perspective, foreign visas perspective, and so on. I would not necessarily recommend working on these matters alone, though. So if you do need to, for example, kick off the process of applying for a green card, I would recommend employing someone to help you with this, maybe an attorney of sorts. So a legal counselor or an attorney of sorts. They will be worth every penny. I can essentially tell you, I can tell you this. And now I will say, whatever this new moon brings, it is probably going to take you away. I don't know how impressed you are with that, though. It is probably going to take you away from your personal life and from your home a lot more than you initially maybe thought it would. So you might need to break the news to your family. You might need to tell them, hey, I'm going to travel a lot more. I'm going to spend less time at home. Or there's even a possibility that as a result of the kind of big changes that are happening in your lives, Capricorns, you may need to consider a change in terms of home and living situation. More on that towards the end of the month, 26th of September, active 3 days before, 3 days after, when you have a full moon in your 4th house of home, family, and living situation. Something is happening here. Something, I mean, it could be that you have to take a big decision regarding your living situation. It could be that you have to decide, am I moving? Am I selling my property? Am I moving in with a partner? Is someone moving out of my house? Do I need to talk to my partner about a possible relocation for professional purposes? I do believe that you need to take someone else into account very much at the time of this full moon in Aries, because Mars, the ruler of the full moon, is going to be in your 7th house of relationships. This feels like a crossroads type of moment in terms of your personal life. Your career and your kind of public life is doing fabulously, even at the time of this full moon in Aries at the end of September, because the sun is going to be trining Pluto in your house of income, Uranus in your house of day-to-day work. So I see auspicious transformation, good news, like really constructive transformations and shakeups of the status quo in your professional sector, in your financial sector. I'm like, the money is coming in, and it's a lot of it. And you are chuffed with all of that, but at home, things are a little bit more sticky, or in regards to property, in regards to your living situation, things are a bit more complicated, because it's not a matter that is purely affecting you. It's a matter that's also affecting maybe a spouse, a partner, a parent, a roommate even. I mean, someone who lives with you. So this month you're going to have to decide what goes on and what needs to be released, what is ready to be let go of in your home life, personal life, maybe even living situation. So a big kind of culminating point in that respect is coming at the time of the full moon on the 26th of September. Now, I did mention that I'm very excited about what aspects Mercury and Libra is making at the time of this new moon, around the time of the new moon, essentially. So Mercury trining Pluto, Mercury trining Uranus. So we've got this grand trine in air signs, big news, big ideas, exciting people, exciting connections, collaborations, fantastic developments. But Mercury is also opposing Neptune. So that is exact on the 12th of September. You might feel it a day before, a day after. You are maybe sharing some good news with a family member, a housemate, a parent, and potentially they are not as excited as you thought they would be. I wouldn't take that the wrong way. It could be that they're going through their own kind of set of challenges. It could also be that you kind of hate to upset them, but you know that whatever news you have to share with them is on a certain level going to upset them, I will say. 15th of September, active day before day after. Venus is squaring Pluto. I mean, this is not a... There's so many ways in which this could go down, Capricorns. I was about to say, this is not necessarily the worst of aspects. What I can tell you is that there's probably going to be some drama coming up on the friendship side of things. Now, what could the drama be about? Maybe you find out that a friend has been keeping something from you. Maybe you are keeping something from a friend and they find out and they are not impressed. Either way, there's something with kind of like friends and secrets. I mean, if you're the one who's keeping secrets, there is a chance that this friend might take it the wrong way and they might feel hurt, maybe even betrayed. So they might kind of reconsider the amount of trust that they have in you. It's also possible that you might do the same with a friend who's been keeping something from you. The reality, however, is that, well, if you've been doing the secrecy thing, or if they've been doing the secrecy thing, it doesn't matter. You might have had your reasons, and some of those reasons may have had something to do with fear, shame, maybe not wanting to kind of affect the relationship. Ultimately, I know it's a cliche, but the truth will set us all free. So whatever it is that you need to share, whatever it is that you need to talk to, even if it's a sticky subject, I would just open up about it, my dear Capricorns. There is a possibility also that you may need to cancel some plans that you had made with a friend because of financial matters, or a friend might need to cancel whatever they had planned with you because they are going through something challenging, financially speaking. Chiron leaves Taurus on the 18th of September and it goes back into your fourth house of home, family, and living situation for the next few months. And again, to me, that is saying that someone at home is kind of not necessarily going through the easiest of times for you, my dear Capricorns. Also, 18th of September, Mercury opposes Saturn. I mean, you're trying to reach some sort of an agreement with... I mean, it could be with a few different people, with a parent, maybe with an in-law, maybe also with someone who's supposed to offer a service connected with your property, or someone that has something to do with your home and property sector. I don't necessarily believe that this is the day when you will reach an agreement. You seem to be at odds with each other. If someone is reaching out to you and is asking for you to give the green light on a topic that you're not in agreement with, maybe ask for more time. That would be my general recommendation. Speaking of time, however, if this issue that you don't necessarily want to talk about requires you to make a significant payment, you might need to pay ultimately. I mean, you might need to cover the expense and be done with it. The sun goes into your house of career 23rd of September. So for the next month, it illuminates your professional life, your public status, lots of focus on that, lots of focus on you being out into the world. 28th of September, all the way until the 25th of November, Mars transits your 8th house. Okay, so you're going to be putting a lot of energy into matters connected with taxes, debts, investments. There's also a possibility that you might be dealing throughout this period with a dispute around finances, taxes, shared assets. You may also be helping someone from a financial standpoint cover some expenses that have to do with their living situation. You could be helping a parent. You could also be paying for something for a parent or for something connected with the home sector. Sun, 28th of September, trines Uranus. You are on a roll, professionally, publicly speaking. There's all of these really lovely... I was about to say accolades, but they could be accolades, they could be opportunities, maybe even feedback that you're getting in terms of the work that you are doing. Enjoy the moment, Capricorns. 30th of September, Mercury goes into Scorpio in your 11th house until the first week of December. So much here. Essentially, my dear Capricorns, there's going to be lots of talks over the next 2 months with friends, with maybe legal advisors, with people who are based abroad, mentors, teachers, and these talks are not necessarily always going to be the most straightforward talks. There may be a lot of back and forth. There may be some hard conversations that need to happen, but more on that in your October horoscope. My dear Aquarius, Aquarius suns and Aquarius risings. What is going on in September, my lovely Aquarians? You're gonna be busy, still busy, in case you're wondering, and especially at the beginning of the month. So 1st of September, active a couple of days before, a couple of days after, when Mars is squaring Saturn. This is where I feel like you are extra busy, and it is probably a bit much, I will say. What are you busy doing? There's clearly a lot on your plate, day-to-day wise. And to me, it feels like everyone's being quite demanding. And at the same time, you are being extra demanding in terms of what you need from others. So essentially, you might need others to do their job so that you can also do your job. The trouble is that people are moving at different speeds. People have different priorities. There's always many plates that we are all kind of like spinning at the same time. So around the 1st of September, you may feel frustrated because someone wants you to finish maybe a work-related thing a lot faster than you are able to. At the same time, you've also got some fires to put out, metaphorically speaking, on a day-to-day level in the workspace. It could also be that literally you just have a packed schedule around the 1st of September and everything is clashing with everything. So the solution, if you're wondering what it is the following. Speak up, but speak up before you feel like your blood is boiling over, because if you wait until the 1st of September, you might feel like you are about to go into a full-blown argument, a full-blown verbal fight with someone. So let them know if you can't finish something on time. Let them know if they are asking you to hurry up. Let them know why you can't do that. And please allow a little bit of flexibility in your schedule as well, because there may be some last minute requests or some last minute tasks that you need to handle. Also, per 2nd of September, the moon is transiting through your 4th house of home, family, and living situation. So I feel like people at home, it could be parents, it could be other family members, it could be kids. If you have kids, they also need you, which is why I say it's not just that work is busy. It's that life is quite busy at the beginning of the month. 3rd, 4th of September, though, the moon is transiting through your 5th house. This is a lovely time, if you can, to relax, go out, catch up with friends, do something fun, I don't know, play some tennis, engage in some sort of a fun activity that you can share with others. There may actually be even like a last minute invite to a party that you receive, or some sort of a social event around the 3rd or the 4th, especially on the 3rd. I think you need it. I think you need to unwind a bit, and you're going to have the chance to do that. Now, until the 10th of September, Venus is going to be transiting your 9th house through Libra. I said it once, I'm going to say it again. Take advantage of this transit, Aquarians, especially if you want to travel. So, lovely time to travel, in particular abroad, pretty much until the 10th of September. If you need to deal with anyone regarding legal matters or academic matters, do not hesitate to do so whilst Venus is still in Libra. On the 10th of September, Venus moves into Scorpio in your 10th house. Now, even though Venus doesn't really like to be in Scorpio, I feel like you can still benefit a great deal from this transit. So Venus is going to be here throughout the rest of September and a big chunk of October, but we're talking about September here. Venus transiting your 10th house is essentially kind of improving or helping you, because of course astrology is only symbolically predictive. Life and the forces of the cosmos, they act through people, they act through us, they also materialize through your own actions. So with Venus transiting the 10th house, your reputation, your status can benefit, your public status can benefit from a bit of a boost. Your career can also benefit from you attracting maybe some really kind of important clients, or from you sort of impressing authority figures or people in positions of power. If you need to schedule important talks with people in positions of power, I would not hesitate to do so with Venus transiting your 10th house. If you want to spruce up your CV, your resume, your LinkedIn, your portfolio, and your public status in general, it doesn't just have to be connected with work. If you want to schedule a photo shoot, for example, do take advantage of the Venus through Scorpio transit. And maybe if you want to release, I don't know, your new headshots, you can absolutely do so this month from the 10th of September onwards. I mean, if I were to pick a day, what would I pick if you were to like release your headshots? Let's see. What would be my kind of like favorite days? I mean, I like the 12th of September. I like the 14th. I also like the 28th of September, just as an FYI. Mercury goes into Libra in your 9th house, also on the 10th of September. And it's going to stay there until the 30th when it joins Venus in Scorpio. Mercury is the ruler of, let me double check, your 5th house and of your 8th house. Okay, so you're seeing the big picture, Aquarians, which in my view, but call me biased, call me whatever you want, in my view is generally a very auspicious thing. You are seeing the big picture when it comes to your romantic life, your passions, your hobbies, your creative projects, but also when it comes to matters that maybe have caused you like fear or stress or anxiety or frustration in the past. You might also be seeing the big picture and kind of thinking big and thinking ahead in regards to matters involving finances, especially investments, but also maybe taxes, debts, insurance payouts, sponsorships, scholarships, bursaries, etc. By the way, this is not financial advice. You are completely responsible for your financial decisions, Aquarians. This is pure entertainment only. Uranus is going to go retrograde also on the 10th of September, so lots of things are happening on the 10th of September. Uranus has been transiting your 5th house as of the end of April. Take the time to reflect on how you have changed, because you do seem to have changed a lot in terms of what you enjoy doing, what is kind of fun for you, and also in terms of how your ideas around love and romance have shifted. And if you thought I was done with the 10th of September, I'm not done. 10th, 11th of September, we have a new moon in Virgo in your 8th house. This is a fantastic time, my dear Aquarians, to kind of clean things up, get things organized, create some sort of a plan, a structure, a strategy, a spreadsheet. I always mention a spreadsheet around one or several of the following: debts, taxes, investments. You may actually kick off a new chapter when it comes to these particular topics. You may decide, for example, to, I don't know, every month invest a portion of your salary, or every month kind of allocate. I was about to say pigeonhole, but I don't know if I'm using the word in the right context, so please forgive me. That's literally why sometimes I take a few seconds before I say something. I know it really triggers some people. I hope it's not triggering to you, Aquarians, but sometimes people say, oh, why do you make these like long pauses? I'm like, my brain is computing. It is trying to find the right word. It is trying to figure out if I'm using it in the right context. Obviously, since English is not my first language, I still, like, even after all of these years, I still have these moments. So, new moon in Virgo, you may decide to kind of create a bit of a strategy around allocating every month a portion of your money, your salary, your budget towards paying off debt. You do seem to have a new, I repeat, like strategy, a new approach here, and I actually believe you could benefit from talking about this with, I mean, someone who's got knowledge on this front. It could be a financial advisor, it could be a good friend, it could be someone that you've maybe found online. So I'm thinking of a coach type of figure, my recommendation would be to share your ideas, share your thoughts, share your approach, and also allow kind of new ideas to come in on this front. This new moon can also bring really exciting good news when it comes to mortgages. If you have applied for a mortgage, or if you have applied for, I don't know, like a loan for your company, there's probably going to be good news. If you have applied for a bursary, a scholarship, or if you're thinking of doing that when it comes to your studies or your education, by all means, go ahead, because you will probably get it. You will probably secure the scholarship. This new moon can also bring a fresh start if you are in a relationship when it comes to your partner's resources. I would not be surprised if your partner started making more money. I would not be surprised at all. And this, I say that, but this could be a surprise for you. It could be like, oh, wow, you got a raise. Fantastic. I mean, we didn't see this coming, but here it is. At the same time, is it a good moment to like talk money, talk budgets with a partner, with a significant other, maybe with a business partner? Yes, please, 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 Aquarians. Mercury at the time of this new moon is opposing Neptune in your third house. If you have to share anything with that feels a little bit sticky with this person that you're talking money with, please share it, because they can't read your mind. They might further down the line accuse you of having withheld information from them, and it could jeopardize the whole agreement. So even though you might be kind of tempted to gloss over some facts, gloss over some, I don't know, like numbers maybe, I would recommend that you didn't, that you just kind of spoke the truth, as complicated and complex as it might be. Mercury is going to be making some really cool aspects this month, Aquarians. Mercury in Libra, to be more precise. 12th of September, but you might also feel it a day before, a day after. Mercury will be trining Pluto in your first house. I believe that I know this is going to sound cheesy, but your opinion of who you are, of who you should be, is going through a major transformation. Your views around your life direction are changing. I think this is going to sound very dramatic, but you are having some major aha moments in terms of the meaning of life, in terms of how your prior beliefs have been holding you back, or maybe getting in the way of you fulfilling your full potential. Well, no more. I'm like, no more. You are having like aha moment after aha moment. It could be that the conversation with someone is kind of activating something in you. It's acting like a source of inspiration, and a source of inspiration for you to change your life, to transform your life. It could also be that you feel guided by some sort of a higher power. God, divinity, something that you believe in. That's happening on the 12th of September. That is also the time when Mercury is opposing Neptune. You may realize that your old ways of thinking are causing suffering. Ultimately, I think that's what this is. That's what this is about, my dear Aquarians. Now, of course, Aquarius is an air sign. We're very attached to what we believe, to what we think, to our principles, to our ideas. We obviously think we know a lot, and of course, we do most of the times. I'm an Aquarius sun. But sometimes we have to admit, as painful as it might be, that we do not know it all. And insisting upon doing things our way, or the old way, is only going to cause extra suffering. So sometimes accepting advice, accepting insights, accepting recommendations, accepting that we misread a situation is the way to curb, to end suffering. 12th of September, though, I also want to put it out there, there may be some frustrations on the road. Also on the 18th of September, so on the 12th of September, Mercury is opposing Neptune in your third house. On the 18th of September, active day before, day after, Mercury is opposing Saturn. So on both of these days, you might experience challenges when it comes to traveling, delays, cancellations, There could be a lot of confusion on the 12th. On the 18th, there could be frustration and people kind of being super slow. You could experience, if you're driving, challenges with maybe the car or your preferred mode of transportation around both of these days. It does seem to be quite serious around the 18th. So if you're kind of noticing something is a bit off with your car or with your bike or whatever it is that you drive earlier in the month, don't wait until the 18th, because on the 18th it might be too late. Like whatever is malfunctioning could crack essentially, and it might need to be replaced. 14th of September, active day before day after, Mercury is trining Uranus. Really, really lovely news from kids, academic institutions, from abroad, from in-laws, from romantic partners, maybe even from friends. Fantastic news also connected with money, investments, scholarships, bursaries, debts. I mean, maybe a debt is being kind of like cleared off. Unexpected opportunities to travel, to maybe connect with someone that you really admire, to be inspired by other people's ideas when it comes to your own creative projects and outlets. Your way of thinking is experiencing some sort of a huge revolution, Aquarians. I will put it out there. And all of this seems to come through your interactions with other people's ideas and ways of thinking. 15th of September, I apologize. Venus is squaring Pluto. Active day before, day after. Pluto is in your first house. That's why I'm chuckling. So someone is trying to get something out of you. Maybe it's a piece of information. Maybe it's a reaction. And they might be trying to do this in a way that they feel is sort of emotionally kind of subtle and intelligent and maybe even a little bit manipulative. They might see themselves as a very like shrewd reader of people. And you're like, nope. I ain't giving you anything. I ain't sharing anything. I'm keeping all of this to myself. Is that probably going to be frustrating for this person, especially if this person is maybe a boss, a client? It could be even a parent, especially like I'm looking at a female family member, maybe like your mom. Is this going to disappoint them? Yes. Are you perfectly capable of reading their hidden but not so hidden intentions? Yes. This could also be the time when maybe you realize you're very much prepared to transform the relationship that you have with someone. It could be with the boss, it could be with a client, it could be with your mom. Maybe historically you've kept a lot back. Now Pluto's transiting your first house and it's bringing everything that has been buried to the surface, especially the more kind of sensitive or challenging feelings, emotions, experiences from the past. So if if you're thinking, you know what, I'm just gonna tell my mom something that I've been keeping from her for a long time. It could be that this happens around the 15th. It could be that the other person is shook. Give them some time to get used to the kind of new status quo. Chiron leaves your fourth house of home. So Chiron leaves Taurus on the 18th of September and goes back into your third house. So there might still be some kind of, over the next few months, some difficult conversations that you need to have around topics that make you feel kind of vulnerable. Speaking of difficult conversations, the 18th of September is also a day of difficult conversations, maybe regarding legal matters, education, maybe also regarding your mental health. Not necessarily a day on which I would schedule exams. I wouldn't schedule exams. I wouldn't schedule anything that deals with institutions in general. I'm just going to say it. I wouldn't schedule any, I don't know, like driver's license sort of classes or anything like that, because your mind is, how should I say it? You're worried about something and you may not necessarily be able to focus as well as you normally would. Sun goes into Libra 23rd of September in your 9th house. So for the next month, you're probably going to be focusing on traveling, your interaction with foreign lands, foreign countries. You may also focus on the big picture of your life and kind of making sense of everything. And 23rd 6th of September, we've got a full moon in Aries activating your 3rd house, 9th house axis. This could be the time when you travel somewhere or when you book plane tickets, or, I mean, it could be possible that you travel for work, or when you kind of let your work know that you are going on a holiday. I don't know if they're going to be very excited about this because they're saying, oh, we are so busy. Like, you've chosen a bad time to go on holiday. I mean, ultimately, I don't think that's going to ruin your fun. If anything, around the 26th of September, actually the sun is going to be in a harmonious aspect from the 9th house to Pluto in your 1st house to Uranus and Gemini in your 5th house. So you seem to be very excited and happy about something. You're breaking the news to someone. You're maybe breaking the news to your employer. Maybe you're sharing things with your colleagues, your coworkers, and they are not as thrilled as you maybe thought they would be, but that's okay because it doesn't seem to be ruining the fun at all for you. It doesn't seem to be ruining the kind of excitement of the moment for you at all. This could be a good time for you to pass an exam, to wrap up an important chapter from an educational perspective. You might also feel like this is the time when your knowledge and your skills are being tested in a practical way in terms of your day-to-day. Are you going to pass the test, symbolically speaking? Very, very likely. I feel like this is a time when you are sort of receiving a big round of applause. You're feeling seen. You're feeling proud of yourselves. You're coming out of your shells, my dear Aquarians, and you seem to find a new sense of self and a new sense of identity out of a place of maybe like struggle or grappling with something that you thought you hadn't mastered. And maybe there is more to master, but that doesn't mean that you can't congratulate yourselves and be proud of how far you've come. Also, the full moon brings significant conversations that may need to happen with in-laws, siblings, cousins, neighbors, and maybe co-workers. I think you, even though this is a sticky conversation that is maybe happening, I think you are the one coming up with some brilliant solutions for how things may be transformed moving forward. And everyone's going to be happy, even though initially you're like, I think they're going to protest at the news of this. Mars, 20th of September, goes into your 7th house of relationships, partnerships, collaborations, and open enemies. I say that to make it sound super dramatic because Mars is going into Leo until the 25th of November. The 7th house is also the house of your competitors, okay? The sector of your competitors. So with Mars transiting this part of your chart, to me, it looks like you're going to be putting a lot of energy into your partnership sector, your relationship sector, my dear Aquarians. There is a higher chance than usual, than normal for conflicts, I'm going to say, with partners, with business partners, with anyone that you interact with one to one. Now, I know some people, again, they are very triggered when they see me chuckle at an interpretation that is not necessarily that doesn't sound the happiest. First of all, I'm giving examples. Astrology does not predict exact material manifestation. Astrology is only symbolically and archetypally predictive. It's telling us where the energies are kind of concentrating, right? So none of these things have happened, and there is absolutely no guarantee that they will happen either. That is not how we use astrology. We use astrology as a cosmic forecast for us to kind of work with the energies, channel them, align ourselves with them, and so on. So astrology is not the magical crystal ball that says, oh, this is all preordained and pre-written and you have no free will and you are just at the mercy of fate. So please remember that. Secondly, I'm sort of like chuckling because I am a big believer in the fact that conflicts, that arguments can actually lead to the improvement of relationships. Because ultimately, if someone feels very strongly about something and they are being direct and upfront and maybe sometimes a little bit extra kind of assertive about things, and they're making it super clear to the other person, hey, I really care about this, you have a much higher chance for the other person to realize, oh, actually, my partner feels very strongly about this thing. It's something for me to take into account moving forward. So conflict is not all bad. Just as an FYI. I mean, this is not necessarily me kind of sharing it for purely for you Aquarians, but it's me going on a tangent about how people sometimes make assumptions about anything being good or bad based off of how it feels. So just because something feels uncomfortable, which conflict, like, granted, it feels uncomfortable many times for, like, most people, unless you have Mars in your first house, then it feels like, this is my territory. Even though conflict feels uncomfortable, that doesn't mean that it's a bad thing. The outcome can actually be very good. It can lead to a much better end result than the way things were kind of set up before the conflict happened. Okay, deviation from the topic over. So Mars transits your 7th house. You may feel like partners are quite demanding. Other people are quite demanding. They're asking a lot of you, from you throughout this whole period, from the 20th of September until the 25th of November. Do you have to comply? Not all the time. Should you maybe at times consider their demands? Possibly, I will say. 20th of September is also a lovely day for fun. Actually, I want to say 26th, 27th, 28th. Great days to have fun, to enjoy life, to go out, to say yes to an unexpected, I don't know, like invitation to a concert, a party, a date, a day at the theater, a tennis game. All of that. 20th of September is when the Sun trines Uranus in your fifth house. And 30th of September, Mercury goes into Scorpio in your 10th house of career. It joins Venus there. Mercury is going to stay there until the first week of December. So you're going to be thinking a lot about your career, your professional life. You're probably going to be thinking a lot about the changes that are happening in your career sector, in your industry, in your company, in your professional life, pretty much throughout the whole of October and November. And I say thinking, but you're also probably going to be speaking about these things a great deal. And last but not least, my lovely, lovely Pisces. Pisces suns and Pisces risings. September. What is going on in the sky, my dear Pisces? Lots of action, as per usual. Let me take a sip of water. So 1st of September, active a couple of days before, a couple of days after, Mars is going to be squaring Saturn. To me, it looks like you're keen to spend money. You want to spend money on something that you enjoy. Maybe it's, I don't know, like a physical activity. Maybe it's a game of sorts. Maybe it's a fun activity. Maybe it's a party. Something along those lines. You want to spend it, but you are kind of conflicted because you want something really badly. You're like, oh, I really enjoy this thing. It costs a lot. You're conflicted because at the same time, you have been probably quite strict with yourselves in terms of budgeting, in terms of organizing your financial situation, in terms of sticking with sort of the rules that and the structures that you've set for yourselves on the financial front. I say find a middle ground of sorts, my dear Pisces. Find a sweet spot. So maybe you don't have to spend all the money that you initially thought you would have to spend. Maybe you can, I don't know, find a little bit of a cheaper alternative. Or maybe if you want to spend money on a specific activity, you can get someone else to kind of pitch in or pay for their part. You don't necessarily have to cover everything if it's a joint activity. So communication and finding that sort of sweet spot, that middle ground, is key here. It's also very possible, if you have kids, that they might be very demanding from a financial perspective. They're like, I want this new tennis racket and I want it now. And you are saying, it is super expensive. Have you maybe thought about a cheaper alternative? Or you might say, I'm absolutely not buying this for you. Rather than being so kind of rigid about the whole situation, again, I would open up the conversation because there does seem to be a middle ground there. 1st, 2nd of September, the moon is transiting your 3rd house. Communication is very nicely aspected. To me, it feels like if you're kind of opening up about how you feel, also if you are willing to to be empathetic, and generally you are, and to listen to what other people are going through, you're going to get so much done, and everyone's going to be so much happier. I will say it. 3rd, 4th of September, the moon is transiting your 4th house. There may be some sort of a last minute development at home. I'm going to say it. There's a possibility around the 3rd of September, all of a sudden, something may break or something may kind of cause a commotion. It could be the internet that stops working and you might kind of scramble to find a last minute solution. It could also be that at the very last minute, especially around the 3rd, but it could also be the 4th of September, a family member calls you and says, oh, I need you, or oh, I want to meet you. And it kind of messes a little bit with your schedule, but they do genuinely seem to need you. So act accordingly, my dear Pisces. Until the 10th of September, Venus is going to be transiting your 8th house. I think I might have mentioned that. I probably did. I mentioned this transit. So Venus is going through Libra in your 8th house. It kicked off in August. It's ongoing until the 10th of September. It is a lovely transit for you to take advantage of when it comes to one or several of the following. If you need to apply for any loans, mortgages, bursaries, scholarships, if you need investors, by the way, this is not financial advice. Please keep that in mind. This is pure entertainment only. You're completely responsible for what you do from a financial standpoint, Pisces. If you need to apply for any of these, please go ahead and use this transit because you are way more likely to get a yes. You are feeling extra generous. I'm going to put it out there. And you are feeling extra inclined to sort of help people, share what you have with others. I would remember, Pisces, that it doesn't always have to be you. How should I put it? You're the one who's generally giving. It doesn't always have to be you doing that. If you're going through anything that could benefit from someone's help from a financial perspective, once again, communication is key. Don't hesitate to ask. Don't hesitate to ask because they will probably be actually quite happy and pleased to. It could be that they're returning the favor, but it could also be that they're very happy and pleased to just be there for you in general when you need them, okay? You might also see some really kind of auspicious developments on the investment side of things. So maybe your investments are going up in value. So a few things are possibly happening. Now on the 10th of September, oh my God, there are so many things happening on the 10th of September. Let me just say this. Venus goes into Scorpio in your 9th house pretty much for the rest of the month. I would recommend using this transit, taking advantage of this transit via one or several of the following. First and foremost, if you need to travel, go travel because the 9th house is the house of long distance traveling. If you need any help or support with legal matters or academic matters, or immigration related matters, visas, let's say foreign passports, etc. This transit is very, very helpful. Venus is the planet of relationships though. So to me, that says if you need help with any of these, reach out to someone else. So talk to someone else and say, hey, can you help me with my, green card application? For example. Venus transiting the 9th house is also very supportive of you improving your relationships with in-laws, mentors, guides, and I want to say a higher power out there in general. Mercury goes into Libra on the 10th of September in your 8th house. So you're probably going to be thinking a lot and talking a lot about money, investments, debts, taxes, insurance, inheritance, loans. And it looks like you're going to be talking a lot to maybe someone who you trust. It could be a partner, it could be a business partner, it could be a financial advisor, it could be your accountant. Uranus goes retrograde also on the 10th of September in your 4th house of home. You have been experiencing some ups and downs, some volatility, some disruption in your personal life, in your home life, in your living situation as of April. Things are kind of slowing down a little bit on that front, my dear Pisces. But I will say more changes coming. So have a think about how maybe your views and opinions and ideas around maybe your living situation in general, maybe your personal life. How have your kind of views shifted as of April? Have you had any aha moments? Maybe you have had them. And I said there's so much going on the 10th of September. One last thing, 10th, 11th of September, depending on where you're based in the world, we've got a new moon in your 7th house of relationships and partnerships, a fresh start when it comes to maybe you collaborating with someone new on the financial side of things. So this could be the beginning of a new, I'm going to call it relationship between you and another accountant, you and a financial advisor. This new moon is a good time to sort of focus your efforts consciously on securing a deal, a contract, an agreement, a partnership with someone that you want to do business with, maybe someone that can provide you with funds, with assets. This is also a good time to talk about money with your partner if you have a partner. It feels like this new moon can bring a new way of working, let's call it, between you and your partner, maybe between you and your significant other, when it comes to who pays for what, when it comes to budgeting, when it comes to financial matters in general. There is a chance, if you are in a relationship, that your partner is experiencing a sudden fresh start on the financial front. So maybe they are getting a better paid job, maybe they have secured some important maybe investments from someone that will help their business grow, obviously by bringing in resources. The new moon is also in a harmonious aspect to Mars in the 5th house. It feels like there's a clear kind of path of action for you and someone else on how to move forward together to achieve joint goals. Now, the goals seem to be very focused on transformation, change, walking away from the old and welcoming in the new. New ideas are coming into your life, Pisces, regarding money, investments. It could be through, I repeat, maybe a financial advisor of sorts. It could also be that you are open to kind of taking someone else's tactic and strategy and approach and implementing it into your own sort of financial sector, especially the financial side of things that deals with investments, but also the financial side of things that deals with debts. Okay? Let's see if there's anything else here. You seem to feel relieved somehow, Pisces. You are getting some sort of unexpected help with a challenging matter, and a challenging matter that involves money, your home life, your family life. It could be one of these, it could be a combination of these. So please accept the help. But of course, you have free will. You can say yes, you can say no to it. Mercury on the 12th of September, active day before, day after, is trining Pluto. It is trining Pluto at the time of the new moon as well, and it's opposing Neptune. So to me, it feels like you are accessing some sort of hidden information, or someone is coming to you with some sort of hidden information, and that changes everything for you from a financial standpoint. It might also change everything for you in terms of your view of your past, of your roots, of your connection with maybe a family member, with home. It feels like you had the wrong idea or the wrong information up until this point. Now, it may be you are a Pisces after all. It may be your instinct around the 12th of September to still kind of hold back a little bit from fully disclosing what you think or what you thought when some kind of juicy bits of information reach you. My recommendation would be to disclose the truth, even if it feels like it's sort of exposing you a little bit, even if it feels like it's putting you in a bit of a kind of difficult position. Now, I say you're a Pisces. I mean, you can sort of metamorphosize into and sort of like shape shift into whatever the situation asks of you. And I say that especially about Pisces risings. This is not the time to kind of shapeshift necessarily. This is a time to talk clear, cold facts. And withholding the truth may actually end up being detrimental for you, especially from a financial perspective. 14th of September, Mercury trines Uranus, active day before, day after. Really pleasant surprises, unexpected news coming in from a family member, maybe a partner. Some very good news potentially coming in regarding home, property, real estate, land, your living situation. I want to say that you are really nicely aspected in both buying or selling property and assets in general, pretty much from the 10th until the 15th of September. I'm gonna say it. And especially if you're looking at buying or selling anything, in particular if you're looking at buying something in partnership with someone else, the energies in the sky are so incredibly supportive. If you're trying to buy something purely on your own, you may kind of stretch yourselves a little bit too much, Pisces. So I said it many times already. Ask for support. Ask for support, because it will be there and it will free you of worries and anxiety and stress. 15th of September, active day before, day after. Venus is squaring Pluto. I mean, to me, it feels like you're sensing that someone is hiding something from you, or you are potentially hiding something from someone. Who could this person be? Maybe you are hiding something from an in-law. Maybe you are hiding something from a neighbor, a sibling, a cousin. Why would you do that? Because you kind of revealing this information that you're keeping to yourselves, Pisces, may be very destabilizing to them. So I do believe if you're hiding something, you're probably hiding it with sort of the best of intentions, if we can put it this way. There is a possibility, however, that you might sense that an in-law is or like a sibling or a cousin or even a neighbor is keeping something from you. You probably already know what it is. I don't know if you need to confront them at this point in time. I mean, it's obviously up to you. Maybe they are afraid or like ashamed to talk about this. Maybe they're feeling embarrassed. I mean, they could have a variety of reasons. I wouldn't see it as a violation of your trust. I would see it as this is actually quite hard for them to talk about. If you are supposed to go on a date around the 15th of September, it may be that something comes up totally unforeseen at the very last minute, and either you have to cancel or the other person has to cancel. And it could be that something gets in the way in the form of maybe like an unexpected trip that maybe you need to be on or the other person needs to be on. If you're going out and you're abroad, my dear Pisces, around this time, around the 15th of September, do keep an eye on your wallet and don't go to places that look shady. That's just my recommendation. 18th of September, Chiron goes back into Aries in your second house of money and self-worth. So you've still got some work to do there, my lovely Pisces, on the self-esteem side of things and all on the financial side of things. You're still feeling a bit like wobbly, let's say. You're doing the work though. You are absolutely doing the work. 18th of September, Mercury opposes Saturn, difficult conversations happening around money and finances. Maybe you need to say no to someone. You're like, no, I'm not paying for this. No, I'm not buying this. Or no, I no longer need your services. That is very possible. The sun goes into Libra 23rd of September, so it illuminates your 8th house sector. Again, taxes, debts, loans, mortgages. The sun is also the ruler of your 6th house of day-to-day work, though. I would expect for the next month to see some transformations, some changes, and maybe even a little bit of crises on the work side of things. Maybe someone goes, someone exits the picture at the last minute, someone hands in their resignation. 26th of September, full moon in Aries, active 3 days before, 3 days after. You are paying for something. It is costing you an arm and a leg. You are also hearing back, maybe if you are waiting for news regarding money, finances, maybe a raise, maybe a loan, you're hearing back from whoever it is that you were supposed to hear back from. I believe you might be making a big purchase around this time also. It could be a big purchase connected with children or with your passions and hobbies. It could also be that you finally decide to monetize one of your passions and hobbies. I am going to say it. You might feel like, okay, it's now or never. I need to release this thing out into the world. Like whatever comes, it needs to be shared with the world. The Sun will trine Pluto and Uranus at this point in time. To me, it looks like you're experiencing a sort of major internal transformation, Pisces. And whilst externally, the focus might be on like money, payments, finances, financial situation, financial security. Internally, there is so much going on. Maybe you are kind of preparing to transform your home life, to move someplace else, to get out of a home, to say goodbye to a home. Maybe you are preparing to say goodbye to someone that you have been living with. Maybe you are on the cusp of having a major breakthrough in terms of healing from a difficult event, a traumatic event, maybe from the past. So there's a lot of transformation happening in your personal life. And some of this is connected with your healing journey. Some of this is connected with letting go of the past. Some of this is connected with uncovering what was buried, maybe what was buried in the kind of archives of your family history, or what was buried in your subconscious. But externally, it's like, oh, money, payments, da-da-da-da-da. I can also say, though, your value system is kind of going through a bit of a shift at this point in time. 28th of September, Mars goes into Leo in your 6th house of day-to-day work and health until the 25th of November. You are on fire work-wise. You're like, go, 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 go. I am so busy. I've got so much to do. So your to-do list is going to be jam-packed. Mars can bring conflict. With whom? With colleagues, co-workers, employees. I would be cautious, especially in November, but we're going to talk about that later. I would be cautious when it comes to jumping to conclusions around what someone is doing and around being too pushy and too demanding. When it comes to your interactions with these people, you may also feel emboldened to take action on the health side of things from the 20th of September until the 25th of November. This is a great way to use this Mars transit. I do want to put it out there, though. This is not medical advice. Please take the advice of your doctor if anything comes up. Mars can also stir up inflammation. So if you have been dealing with anything from a health standpoint, and this might have already been on your radar as of kind of July, Pisces, especially Pisces risings, the transit of Mars through Leo, 20th of September until the 29th of November, until the 25th of November, I repeat, can bring inflammation. So you might need to address the root cause ASAP. Also, 28th of September, Sun trines Uranus. Again, more kind of auspicious developments happening in your personal life. Maybe some good news connected with a family member. You might be resolving an issue that has been kind of stressing you out at home. You're like, oh, finally, the solution is here. And 30th of September, Mercury goes into Scorpio in your 9th house until the first week of December. Okay, this is a long transit. So for the next 2 months, and this will include a retrograde, it may be that you think a lot and you talk a lot about topics such as traveling, legal matters, academic matters, visas, your dealings with foreign lands and foreign countries. You may also benefit from the advice of others when it comes to dealing with these matters. Mercury is also the ruler of your 4th house of home, so you might be dealing with legal matters connected with the property sector, land, real estate, but maybe also helping out, let's say, a parent who's dealing with a legal matter, for example. That is September for Pisces. Folks, I want to thank you for sticking around for your September horoscopes, first and foremost. It is always a pleasure and an honor to be doing these for you, and I want to thank you for choosing me as your internet astrologer. Remember that if you want to work with me, you can find me on my website, writtenthestars-astrology.com. It's also in the pinned comments and in the description box. You also have an emergency reading option in case you're in a rush, in case you don't want to wait a few weeks for the regular one-to-one consultation. If you are active on Instagram, I'm also on Instagram. I drop by every now and then, actually quite often. So if you want to have a glimpse into what my life looks like in general, Rux Unbelievable is my Instagram handle. Rux Unbelievable in one word. That is my only Instagram handle. If you like what I'm doing here, if it feels helpful, if it feels useful, don't forget to give it a thumbs up. Turn on the notifications button, subscribe, share it with your friends. You can also support my channel by using the thanks button underneath the video. And don't forget about Astro and Calendar. It's this brilliant app, astroincalendar.com. You'll find it in the pinned comments and in the description box. Essentially what it does, this is a paid subscription service, but you do get a free trial, just as an FYI. It extracts the information from my monthly forecasts for your rising sign, and it populates your calendar. So you have in your calendar the various kind of important dates, the various events of the month with a written description so that you can sort of plan accordingly. They're all kind of visible at the top of your calendar. It doesn't matter what calendar you use. They're kind of friendly with all calendars, so Outlook, Gmail calendar, etc. And I know that you could do this by hand, so you could listen to these forecasts and write things down and kind of plop everything into your calendar, but this website, this app, actually saves you. It's not an app though, it's sort of like a plug-in thing. It saves you time, and time is money, time is of the essence. So you can check them out, astroincalendar.com. And full disclosure, I do get a portion I do get a third of the earnings from your subscription, folks. Thank you once again. Enjoy September, and I shall see you next time. Bye.